Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son.
Many years ago in the city of Ur, lived a man chosen by God to begin a journey that would shape the world. His name, Abram, son of Terah. Then the Lord said to Abram,
Get out of your country, from your family and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed.
So Abram departed as the Lord had spoken to him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. Then Abram took Sarai, his wife, and Lot, his brother's son, and all their possessions that they had gathered, and the people whom they had acquired in Haran, and they departed to go to the land of Canaan. So they came to the land of Canaan. Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem, as far as the terebinth tree of Moreh, and the Canaanites were then in the land. Then the Lord appeared to Abram and said,
To your descendants I will give this land.
And there he built an altar to the Lord, who had appeared to him. And he moved from there to the mountain east of Bethel, and he pitched his tent with Bethel on the west and Ai on the east. There he built an altar to the Lord, and called on the name of the Lord. So Abram journeyed, going on still toward the south. Now there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to dwell there, for the famine was severe in the land. And it came to pass, when he was close to entering Egypt, that he said to Sarai his wife,
Indeed, I know that you are a woman of beautiful countenance. Therefore it will happen, when the Egyptians see you, that they will say, This is his wife, and they will take my life, but they will let you live. Please say you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and that I may live because of you.
So it was, when Abram came into Egypt, that the Egyptians saw the woman, that she was very beautiful. The princes of Pharaoh also saw her and commended her to Pharaoh.
Bring her to me.
And the woman was taken to Pharaoh's house. He treated Abram well for her sake. He had sheep, oxen, male donkeys, male and female servants, female donkeys and camels. But the Lord plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. And Pharaoh called Abram and said,
What is this you have done to me? Why did you not tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say, She is my sister? I might have taken her as my wife. Now therefore, here is your wife. Take her and go your way.
So Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away with his wife and all that he had. Then Abram went up from Egypt, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Lot with him to the south. Abram was very rich in livestock, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journey from the south as far as Bethel, to the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Bethel and Ai, to the place of the altar which he had made there at first. And there Abram called on the name of the Lord. Lot also, who went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. Now the land was not able to support them, that they might dwell together, for their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together. And there was strife between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and the herdsmen of Lot's livestock. The Canaanites and the Perizzites then dwelt in the land. So Abram said to Lot,
Please let there be no strife between you and me, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we are brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Please separate from me. If you take the left, then I will go to the right, or if you go to the right, then I will go to the left.
And Lot lifted his eyes and saw all the plain of Jordan, that it was well watered everywhere, before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, like the garden of the Lord, like the land of Egypt, as you go toward Zoar. Then Lot chose for himself all the plain of Jordan, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated from each other. Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the plain, and pitched his tent even as far as Sodom. But the men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked and sinful against the Lord. The Lord said to Abram, after Lot had separated from him,
Lift your eyes now, and look from the place where you are, northward, southward, eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see I give to you and your descendants forever. And I will make your descendants as the dust of the earth, so that if a man could number the dust of the earth, then your descendants also could be numbered. Arise, walk in the land through its length and its width, for I give it to you.
Then Abram moved his tent and went and dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre, which are in Hebron, and built an altar there to the Lord. Sometime later, a war broke out between 4 powerful eastern kings and 5 kings of the Jordan Valley, including the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah. The eastern kings, led by King Chedorlaomer, defeated the 5 kings and looted their cities, taking people and possessions, including Lot, Abram's nephew. When Abram heard that Lot had been captured, he gathered 318 trained men from his household and pursued the invaders. He launched a surprise night attack, defeated them, and rescued Lot along with all the people and goods. As Abram returned, he was met by Melchizedek, king of Salem, and priest of God Most High. He blessed him and said,
Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand.
And he gave him a tithe of all. Now the king of Sodom said to Abram,
Give me the persons and take the goods for yourself.
I have raised my hand to the Lord God Most High, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will take nothing, from a thread to a sandal strap, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich, except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion.
After these things, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision, saying,
Do not be afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your exceedingly great reward.
Lord God, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the heir of my house is Eliezer of Damascus? Look, you have given me no offspring. Indeed, one born in my house is my heir.
This one shall not be your heir, but one who will come from your own body shall be your heir.
Then he brought him outside and said,
Look now toward heaven, and count the stars if you are able to number them. So shall your descendants be.
And he believed in the Lord, and he accounted it to him for righteousness. Then God said to him,
I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to inherit it.
Lord God, how shall I know that I will inherit it?
Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old female goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
Then he brought all these to him and cut them in two, down the middle, and placed each piece opposite the other. But he did not cut the birds in two. And when the vultures came down on the carcasses, Abram drove them away. A deep sleep fell upon Abram, and behold, horror and great darkness fell upon him. Then he said to Abram,
Know certainly that your descendants will be strangers in a land that is not theirs, and will serve them, and they will afflict them 400 years. And also the nation whom they serve I will judge. Afterward they shall come out with great possessions. Now as for you, you shall go to your fathers in peace, you shall be buried at a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet complete.
And it came to pass, when the sun went down and it was dark, that behold, there appeared a smoking oven and a burning torch that passed between those pieces. On the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying,
To your descendants I have given this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Rephaim, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Girgashites, and the Jebusites.
Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had borne him no children, and she had an Egyptian maidservant whose name was Hagar. So Sarai said to Abram,
See now, the Lord has restrained me from bearing children. Please go into my maid, perhaps I shall obtain children by her.
And Abram heeded the voice of Sarai. Then Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar her maid, the Egyptian, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan. So he went into Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress became despised in her eyes. Then Sarai said to Abram,
My wrong be upon you. I gave my maid into your embrace, and when she saw that she had conceived, I became despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between you and me.
Your maid is in your hand. Do to her as you please.
And when Sarai dealt harshly with her, she fled from her presence. Now the angel of the Lord found her by a spring of water in the wilderness.
Hagar, Sarai's maid, where have you come from? And where are you going?
I am fleeing from the presence of my mistress Sarai.
Return to your mistress and submit yourself under her hand.
I will multiply your descendants exceedingly, so that they shall not be counted for multitude. Behold, you are with child, and you shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has heard your affliction. He shall be a wild man. His hand shall be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren.
Then she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her.
You are the God who sees. Have I also here seen him who sees me?
Therefore the well was called Bir Lahai Roi. Observe, it is between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar bore Abram a son. And Abram named his son, whom Hagar bore Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him,
I am Almighty God. Walk before me and be blameless, and I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly.
Then Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying,
As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham, for I have made you a father of many nations. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come from you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be God to you and your descendants after you. Also I give to you and your descendants after you the land in which you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, as an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. As for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you throughout their generations. This is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you and your descendants after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskins, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you. He who is 8 days old among you shall be circumcised, every male child in your generations. He who is born in your house or bought with money from any foreigner who is not your descendant. He who is born in your house and he who is bought with your money must be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin, that person shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. As for Sarai your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name, and I will bless her and also give you a son by her. Then I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of peoples shall be from her.
Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed, and said in his heart,
Shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child? Oh, that Ishmael might live before you.
No, Sarah, your wife shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his descendants after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. He shall beget 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant I will establish with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this set time next year.
Then he finished talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. So Abraham took Ishmael his son, all who were born in his house, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskins that very same day, as God had said to him. Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. That very same day Abraham was circumcised, and his son Ishmael. And all the men of his house, born in the house or bought with money from a foreigner, were circumcised with him. Then the Lord appeared to him by the terebinth trees of Mamre, as he was sitting in the tent door in the heat of the day. So he lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing by him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them, and bowed himself to the ground and said,
My Lord, if I have now found favor in your sight, do not pass on by your servant. Please let a little water be brought and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will bring a morsel of bread that you may refresh your hearts. After that you may pass by, inasmuch as you have come to your servant.
Do as you have said.
So Abraham hurried into the tent to Sarah and said,
Quickly make ready 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes.
And Abraham ran to the herd, took a tender and good calf, gave it to a young man, and he hastened to prepare it. So he took butter and milk and the calf which he had prepared, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree as they ate. Then they said to him,
Where is Sarah your wife?
Here in the tent.
I will certainly return to you according to the time of life, and behold, Sarah your wife shall have a son.
Sarah was listening in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in age, and Sarah had passed the age of childbearing. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying,
After I have grown old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?
And the Lord said to Abraham,
Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I surely bear a child since I am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son.
But Sarah denied it, saying,
I did not laugh.
For she was afraid. And he said,
No, but you did laugh.
Then the men rose from there and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to send them on the way. And the Lord said,
Shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing, since Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him? For I have known him, in order that he may command his children and his household after him, that they keep the way of the Lord, to do righteousness and justice, that the Lord may bring to Abraham what he has spoken to him. Because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grave, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry against it that has come to me, and if not, I will know.
Would you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there were 50 righteous within the city. Would you also destroy the place and not spare it for the 50 righteous that were in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing as this, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?
If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
Indeed now I who am but dust and ashes have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose there were 5 less than the 50 righteous. Would you destroy all of the city for lack of 5?
If I find there 45, I will not destroy it.
Suppose there should be 40 found there.
I will not do it for the sake of 40.
Let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 should be found there.
I will not do it if I find 30 there.
Indeed now I have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose 20 should be found there.
I will not destroy it for the sake of 20.
Let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak but once more. Suppose 10 should be found there.
I will not destroy it for the sake of 10.
Now the 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said,
Hear now, my lords, please turn into your servant's house and spend the night, and wash your feet. Then you may rise early and go on your way.
No, but we will spend the night in the open square.
But he insisted strongly, so they turned into him and entered his house. Then he made them a feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. Now before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both old and young, all the people from every quarter, surrounded the house. And they called to Lot and said to him,
Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, that we may know them carnally.
So Lot went out to them through the doorway, shut the door behind him, and said,
Please, my brethren, do not do so wickedly. See now, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out to you, and you may do to them as you wish. Only do nothing to these men, since this is the reason they have come under the shadow of my roof.
Stand back. This one came in to stay here, and he keeps acting as a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.
So they pressed hard against the man Lot, and came near to break down the door. But the men reached out their hands and pulled Lot into the house with them and shut the door. And they struck the men who were at the doorway of the house with blindness.
Eyes! My eyes! My eyes! I can't see! I can't see!
Both small and great, so that they became weary trying to find the door. Then the men said to Lot,
"Have you anyone else here, son-in-law, your sons, your daughters, and whomever you have in the city? Take them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the outcry against them has grown great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it."
So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who had married his daughters, and said,
"Get up! Get out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city."
Oh, come on, you must be joking.
But to his sons-in-law he seemed to be joking. When the morning dawned, the angels urged Lot to hurry, saying,
"Arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the punishment of the city."
And while he lingered, the men took hold of his hand, his wife's hand, and the hands of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful to him. And they brought him out and set him outside the city. So it came to pass, when they had brought them outside, that he said,
"Escape for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be destroyed."
"Please, no, my lords. Indeed now your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have increased your mercy, which you have shown me by saving my life. But I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil overtake me, and I lose my life. See now, this city is near enough to flee to, and it is a little one. Please let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live."
See, I have favored you concerning this thing also, in that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything until you arrive there.
Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun had risen upon the earth when Lot entered Zoar. Then the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah, from the Lord out of the heavens. So he overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. But his wife looked back behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham went early in the morning to the place where he had stood before the Lord. Then he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain. And he saw, and behold, the smoke of the land, which went up like the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot had dwelt. Then Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar. And he and his 2 daughters dwelt in a cave. Now the firstborn said to the younger,
"Our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come in to us, as is the custom of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father."
So they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with him. And he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. It happened on the next day that the firstborn said to the younger,
"Indeed, I was with my father last night. Let us make him drink wine tonight also, and you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father."
Then they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. Thus, both the daughters of Lot were with child by their father. The firstborn bore a son and called his name Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. And the younger, she also bore a son and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the father of the people of Ammon to this day. And Abraham journeyed from there to the south and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur and stayed in Gerar. Now Abraham said of Sarah his wife,
"She is my sister."
And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him,
Indeed, you are a dead man because of the woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife.
But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said,
Lord, will you slay a righteous nation also? Did he not say to me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands, I have done this.
Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore I did not let you touch her. Now therefore, restore the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you shall live. But if you do not restore her, know that you shall surely lose your life, you and all who are yours.
So Abimelech rose early in the morning, called all his servants, and told all these things in their hearing. And the men were very much afraid. And Abimelech called Abraham and said to him,
What have you done to us? How have I offended you that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds to me that ought not to be done. What did you have in view that you have done this thing?
Because I thought, surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will kill me on account of my wife. But indeed, she is truly my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said to her, This is your kindness that you should do for me. In every place wherever we go, say of me, He is my brother.
Then Abimelech took sheep, oxen, and male and female servants, and gave them to Abraham. And he restored Sarah his wife to him.
See, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you.
Then to Sarah he said,
Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Indeed, this vindicates you before all who are with you and before everybody.
Thus she was rebuked. So Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech, his wife, and his female servants. Then they bore children, for the Lord had closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son who was born to him, whom Sarah bore to him, Isaac. Then Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, as God had commanded him. Now, Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. And Sarah said,
God has made me laugh, and all who hear will laugh with me. Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? For I have borne him a son in his old age.
So the child grew and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast on the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, scoffing. Therefore she said to Abraham,
Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son Isaac.
And the matter was very displeasing in Abraham's sight because of his son. But God said to Abraham,
Do not let it be displeasing in your sight because of the lad, or because of your bondwoman. Whatever Sarah has said to you, listen to her voice. For in Isaac your seed shall be called. Yet I will also make a nation of the son of the bondwoman, because he is your seed.
So Abraham rose early in the morning, and took bread and a skin of water, and putting it on her shoulder, he gave it and the boy to Hagar, and sent her away. Then she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba, and the water in the skin was used up, and she placed the boy under one of the shrubs. Then she went and sat down across from him at a distance of about a bowshot, for she said to herself,
Let me not see the death of the boy.
So she sat opposite him, and lifted her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad. Then the angel of God called to Hagar out of heaven.
What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for God has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him with your hand, for I will make him a great nation.
Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the skin with water, and gave the lad a drink. So God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. He dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife for him from the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying,
God is with you in all that you do. Now, therefore, swear to me by God that you will not deal falsely with me, with my offspring, or with my posterity, but that according to the kindness that I have done to you, you will do to me and to the land in which you have dwelt.
I will swear.
Then Abraham rebuked Abimelech because of a well of water which Abimelech's servants had seized. And Abimelech said,
I do not know who has done this thing. You did not tell me, nor had I heard of it until today.
So Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them to Abimelech, and the two of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. Then Abimelech asked Abraham,
What is the meaning of these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves?
You will take these 7 ewe lambs from my hand, that they may be my witness that I have dug this well.
Therefore he called that place Beersheba, because the two of them swore an oath there. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. So Abimelech rose with Phicol, the commander of his army, and they returned to the land of the Philistines. Then Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there called on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines many days. Now it came to pass after these things that God tested Abraham and said to him,
Abraham,
Here I am.
take now your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you.
So Abraham rose early in the morning and saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son. And he split the wood for the burnt offering, and arose, and went to the place of which God had told him. Then, on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted his eyes and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said to his young men,
Stay here with the donkey. The lad and I will go yonder and worship, and we will come back to you.
So Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it on Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and the 2 of them went together. But Isaac spoke to Abraham his father, and said,
My father.
Here I am, my son.
Look, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?
My son, God will provide for himself the lamb for a burnt offering.
So the 2 of them went together. Then they came to the place of which God had told him. And Abraham built an altar there, and placed the wood in order. And he bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven and said,
Abraham, Abraham.
Here I am.
Do not lay your hand on the lad or do anything to him, for now I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me.
Then Abraham lifted his eyes and looked, and there behind him was a ram, caught in a thicket by its horns. So Abraham went and took the ram, and offered it up for a burnt offering instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of the place, The Lord Will Provide. As it is said to this day, In the mount of the Lord it shall be provided. Then the angel of the Lord called to Abraham a second time out of heaven and said,
By myself I have sworn, says the Lord, because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your only son. Blessing I will bless you, and multiplying I will multiply your descendants as the stars of the heaven, and as the sand which is on the seashore. And your descendants shall possess the gate of their enemies. In your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice.
My child, if you've walked this journey with me, then you've seen a God who keeps his promises. He called me when I had nothing, no map, no plan, no certainty. But I obeyed. Not because I understood, but because I trusted. I've walked through deserts of doubt. I've climbed mountains of sacrifice. I've waited for years when it seemed nothing would come. But every time God was there. Silent sometimes, yes, but never absent. You see, faith is not about knowing where you're going. It's about knowing who is leading. He gave me a son when it was impossible. He asked for that son when it felt unbearable. But even then, he provided, always. So if you hear his voice, follow, even if the road is long, even if you're afraid, even if it costs everything, because the God who called me is faithful. And if he can write my story from Abram to Abraham, then imagine what he can do with yours. Walk with him, trust him. He will make you a blessing, just as he did with me. I was just a man, but he called me friend.
Inasmuch as God has shown you all this, there is no one as discerning and wise as you.
Many years ago, in the land of Canaan, there lived a 17-year-old young boy named Joseph. He wasn't the oldest, the tallest, or the strongest, but he had something special. He had dreams, big dreams. His father, Jacob, loved Joseph more than all his children because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. But when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, they hated him and could not speak peaceably to him. Now, Joseph had a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more.
Please hear this dream which I have dreamed. There we were, binding sheaves in the field. Then, behold, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And indeed, your sheaves stood all around and bowed down to my sheaf.
And his brothers said to him,
Shall you indeed reign over us? Or shall you indeed have dominion over us?
So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Then he dreamed still another dream and told it to his brothers and said,
Look, I have dreamed another dream. And this time, the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars bowed down to me.
So he told it to his father and his brothers. And his father rebuked him and said to him,
What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall your mother and I and your brothers indeed come to bow down to the earth before you?
And his brothers envied him. But his father kept the matter in mind. Then his brothers went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Jacob said to Joseph,
Are not your brothers feeding the flock in Shechem? Come, I will send you to them.
So he said to him,
Here I am.
Please go and see if it is well with your brothers and well with the flocks, and bring back word to me.
So he sent him out of the valley of Hebron, and he went to Shechem. Now a certain man found him, and there he was, wandering in the field.
What are you seeking? I am seeking my brothers. Please tell me where they are feeding their flocks.
They have departed from here, for I heard them say, Let's go to Dothan.
So Joseph went after his brothers and found them in Dothan. Now when they saw him afar off, even before he came near them, they conspired against him to take his life. Then they said to one another,
Look, this dreamer is coming. Come therefore, let us now take his life and cast him into some pit, and we shall say, Some wild beast has devoured him. We shall see what will become of his dreams.
But Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands and said,
Let us not take his life. Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit, which is in the wilderness, and do not lay a hand on him.
so that he might deliver him out of their hands and bring him back to his father. When Joseph had come to his brothers, they stripped Joseph of his tunic, the tunic of many colors that was on him. Then they took him and cast him into a pit. And they sat down to eat a meal. Then they lifted their eyes and looked. And there was a company of Ishmaelites coming from Gilead with their camels, bearing spices, balm, and myrrh, on their way to carry them down to Egypt. So Judah said to his brothers,
What profit is there if we take our brother's life and conceal his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh.
And his brothers listened. Then Midianite traders passed by. So the brothers pulled Joseph up and lifted him out of the pit, and sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. And they took Joseph to Egypt. Then Reuben returned to the pit. And indeed, Joseph was not in the pit, and he tore his clothes. And he returned to his brothers and said,
The lad is no more, and I, where shall I go?
So they took Joseph's tunic, slew a kid of the goats, and dipped the tunic in the blood. Then they sent the tunic of many colors, and they brought it to their father and said,
We have found this. Do you know whether it is your son's tunic or not?
And he recognized it and said,
It is my son's tunic. A wild beast has devoured him. Without doubt, Joseph is torn to pieces.
Then Jacob tore his clothes, put sackcloth on his waist, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters arose to comfort him. But he refused to be comforted. And he said,
For I shall go down into the grave to my son in mourning.
Thus his father wept for him. Now the Midianites had sold him in Egypt to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh and captain of the guard. The Lord was with Joseph, and he was a successful man. And his master saw that the Lord was with him, and that the Lord made all he did to prosper in his hand. So Joseph found favor in his sight and served him. Then he made him overseer of his house, and all that he had he put under his authority. So it was, from the time that he had made him overseer of his house, and all that he had, that the Lord blessed the Egyptian's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of the Lord was on all that he had in the house and in the field. Thus he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he did not know what he had, except for the bread which he ate. Now Joseph was handsome in form and appearance. And it came to pass after these things that his master's wife cast longing eyes on Joseph, and she said,
Come lie with me.
But he refused, and said to his master's wife,
Look, my master does not know what is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is no one greater in this house than I, nor has he kept back anything from me but you, because you are his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against God?
So it was, as she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he did not heed her, to lie with her or to be with her. But it happened about this time, when Joseph went into the house to do his work, and none of the men of the house was inside, that she caught him by his garment, saying,
Come lie with me.
But he left his garment in her hand and fled and ran outside. And so it was, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand and fled outside, that she called to the men of her house and spoke to them, saying,
See, he has brought into us a Hebrew to mock us. He came in to lie with me, and I cried out with a loud voice. And it happened, when he heard that I lifted my voice and cried out, that he left his garment with me, and fled and went outside.
So she kept his garment with her until his master came home. Then she spoke to him with words like these, saying,
The Hebrew servant whom you brought to us came in to me to mock me. So it happened, as I lifted my voice and cried out, that he left his garment with me and fled outside.
So his master got angry and took Joseph and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were confined.
Oh, poor Joseph! But he didn't do anything wrong. He is innocent.
But the Lord was with Joseph and showed him mercy, and he gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners who were in the prison. Whatever they did there, it was his doing. The keeper of the prison did not look into anything that was under Joseph's authority, because the Lord was with him, and whatever he did, the Lord made it prosper. It came to pass after these things that the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt offended their lord, the king of Egypt. And Pharaoh was angry with his two officers, the chief butler and the chief baker. So he put them in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, in the prison, the place where Joseph was confined. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them. So they were in custody for a while. Then the butler and the baker of the king of Egypt, who were confined in the prison, had a dream, both of them, each man's dream in one night, and each man's dream with its own interpretation. And Joseph came into them in the morning and looked at them and saw that they were sad. So he asked Pharaoh's officers,
"Why do you look so sad today?"
"We each have had a dream, and there is no interpreter of it."
"Do not interpretations belong to God? Tell them to me, please."
Then the chief butler told his dream to Joseph.
"Behold, in my dream a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches. It was as though it budded, its blossoms shot forth, and its clusters brought forth ripe grapes. Then Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand."
And Joseph said to him,
"This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Now within 3 days Pharaoh will lift up your head and restore you to your place, and you will put Pharaoh's cup in his hand according to the former manner, when you were his butler. But remember me when it is well with you, and please show kindness to me. Make mention of me to Pharaoh, and get me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away from the land of the Hebrews, and also I have done nothing here that they should put me into the dungeon."
When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said to Joseph,
"I also was in my dream, and there were 3 white baskets on my head. In the uppermost basket were all kinds of baked goods for Pharaoh, and the birds ate them out of the basket on my head."
So Joseph answered and said,
"This is the interpretation of it. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Within 3 days Pharaoh will lift off your head from you and hang you on a tree, and the birds will eat your flesh from you."
Now, on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. Then he restored the chief butler to his butlership again, and he placed the cup in Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet the chief butler did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. Then it came to pass, at the end of 2 full years, that Pharaoh had a dream, and behold, he stood by the river. Suddenly there came up out of the river 7 cows, fine-looking and fat, and they fed in the meadow. Then behold, 7 other cows came up after them out of the river, ugly and gaunt, and stood by the other cows on the bank of the river. And the ugly and gaunt cows ate up the 7 fine-looking and fat cows. So Pharaoh awoke. He slept and dreamed a second time. And suddenly 7 heads of grain came up on one stalk, plump and good. Then behold, 7 thin heads, blighted by the east wind, sprang up after them. And the 7 thin heads devoured the 7 plump and full heads. So Pharaoh awoke, and indeed, it was a dream. Now it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Egypt and all its wise men. And Pharaoh told them his dreams, but there was no one who could interpret them for Pharaoh. Then the chief butler spoke to Pharaoh, saying,
"I remember my faults this day, when Pharaoh was angry with his servants, and put me in custody in the house of the captain of the guard, both me and the chief baker, We each had a dream in one night, he and I. Each of us dreamed according to the interpretation of his own dream. Now there was a young Hebrew man with us there, a servant of the captain of the guard, and we told him, and he interpreted our dreams for us. To each man he interpreted according to his own dream. And it came to pass, just as he interpreted for us, so it happened. He restored me to my office, and he hanged him.
Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and they brought him quickly out of the dungeon, and he shaved, changed his clothing, and came to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said to Joseph,
I have had a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. But I have heard it said of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it.
It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh an answer of peace.
Behold, in my dream I stood on the bank of the river. Suddenly 7 cows came up out of the river, fine looking and fat, and they fed in the meadow. Then behold, 7 other cows came up after them, poor and very ugly and gaunt, such ugliness as I have never seen in all the land of Egypt. And the gaunt and ugly cows ate up the first 7, the fat cows. When they had eaten them up, no one would have known that they had eaten them, for they were just as ugly as at the beginning. So I awoke. Also I saw in my dream, and suddenly 7 heads came up on one stalk, full and good. Then behold, 7 heads, withered, thin and blighted by the east wind, sprang up after them. And the thin heads devoured the 7 good heads. So I told this to the magicians, but there was no one who could explain it to me.
The dreams of Pharaoh are one. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good heads are 7 years. The dreams are one. And the 7 thin and ugly cows which came up after them are 7 years. And the 7 empty heads, blighted by the east wind, are 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken to Pharaoh. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. Indeed, 7 years of great plenty will come throughout all the land of Egypt. But after them, 7 years of famine will arise, and all the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Egypt, and the famine will deplete the land. So the plenty will not be known in the land because of the famine following, for it will be very severe. And the dream was repeated to Pharaoh twice because the thing is established by God, and God will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore, let Pharaoh select a discerning and wise man, and set him over the land of Egypt. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, to collect 1/5 of the produce of the land of Egypt in the 7 plentiful years. And let them gather all the food of those good years that are coming, and store up grain under the authority of Pharaoh, and let them keep food in the cities. Then that food shall be as a reserve for the land for the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Egypt, that the land may not perish during the famine.
So the advice was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said to his servants,
Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom is the Spirit of God?
Then Pharaoh said to Joseph,
Inasmuch as God has shown you all this, there is no one as discerning and wise as you. You shall be over my house, and all my people shall be ruled according to your word. Only in regard to the throne will I be greater than you. See, I have set you over all the land of Egypt.
Then Pharaoh took his signet ring off his hand and put it on Joseph's hand. And he clothed him in garments of fine linen and put a gold chain around his neck. And he had him ride in the 2nd chariot which he had. And they cried out before him, Bow the knee. So he set him over all the land of Egypt. Pharaoh also said to Joseph,
I am Pharaoh, and without your consent, no man may lift his hand or foot in all the land of Egypt.
And Pharaoh called Joseph's name Zaphnath-Paneah, and he gave him as a wife Asenath, the daughter of Poti-Phera, priest of On. So Joseph went out over all the land of Egypt. Joseph was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Now, in the 7 plentiful years, the ground brought forth abundantly. So he gathered up all the food of the 7 years which were in the land of Egypt, and laid up the food in the cities. He laid up in every city the food of the fields which surrounded them. Joseph gathered very much grain, as the sand of the sea, until he stopped counting, for it was immeasurable. And to Joseph were born 2 sons before the years of famine came, whom Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, bore to him. Joseph called the name of the firstborn Manasseh, for God has made me forget all my toil and all my father's house. And the name of the second he called Ephraim, for God has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. Then the 7 years of plenty which were in the land of Egypt ended, and the 7 years of famine began to come, as Joseph had said. The famine was in all lands, but in all the land of Egypt there was bread. So when all the land of Egypt was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. Then Pharaoh said to all the Egyptians,
"Go to Joseph, whatever he says to you, do."
The famine was over all the face of the earth, and Joseph opened all the storehouses and sold to the Egyptians. And the famine became severe in the land of Egypt. So all countries came to Joseph in Egypt to buy grain, because the famine was severe in all lands. When Jacob saw that there was grain in Egypt, Jacob said to his sons,
Why do you look at one another? Indeed, I have heard that there is grain in Egypt. Go down to that place and buy for us there, that we may live and not lose our lives.
So Joseph's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Egypt. But Jacob did not send Joseph's brother Benjamin with his brothers, for he said,
Lest some calamity befall him.
Now Joseph was governor over the land, and it was he who sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brothers came and bowed down before him with their faces to the earth. Joseph saw his brothers and recognized them, but he acted as a stranger to them and spoke roughly to them.
Where do you come from?
From the land of Canaan to buy food.
Then Joseph remembered the dreams which he had dreamed about them and said to them,
You are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land.
No, my lord, but your servants have come to buy food. We are all one man's sons. We are honest men. Your servants are not spies.
No, but you have come to see the nakedness of the land.
Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And in fact, the youngest is with our father today, and one is no more.
It is as I spoke to you, saying, You are spies. In this manner you shall be tested. By the life of Pharaoh, you shall not leave this place unless your youngest brother comes here. Send one of you, and let him bring your brother, and you shall be kept in prison, that your words may be tested to see whether there is any truth in you. Or else, by the life of Pharaoh, surely you are spies.
So he put them all together in prison 3 days. Then Joseph said to them the 3rd day,
Do this and live, for I fear God. If you are honest men, let one of your brothers be confined to your prison house. But you, go and carry grain for the famine of your houses, and bring your youngest brother to me. So your words will be verified, and you shall not lose your life.
And they did so. Then they said to one another,
We are truly guilty concerning our brother, for we saw the anguish of his soul when he pleaded with us, and we would not hear. Therefore, this distress has come upon us.
And Reuben answered them, saying,
Did I not speak to you, saying, Do not sin against the boy? And you would not listen. Therefore, behold, his blood is now required of us.
But they did not know that Joseph understood them, for he spoke to them through an interpreter. And he turned himself away from them and wept. Then he returned to them again and talked with them. And he took Simeon from them and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph gave a command to fill their sacks with grain, to restore every man's money to his sack, and to give them provisions for the journey. So they loaded their donkeys with the grain and departed from there. But as one of them opened his sack to give his donkey feed at the encampment, he saw his money, and there it was in the mouth of his sack. So he said to his brothers,
My money has been restored, and there it is in my sack.
Then their hearts failed them, and they were afraid, saying to one another, What is this that God has done to us? Then they went to Jacob, their father in the land of Canaan, and told him all that had happened to them. Then it happened as they emptied their sacks, that surprisingly, each man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Jacob their father said to them,
You have bereaved me. Joseph is no more, Simeon is no more, and you want to take Benjamin. All these things are against me.
Then Reuben spoke to his father, saying,
Take the life of my 2 sons, if I do not bring him back to you. Put him in my hands, and I will bring him back to you.
Now the famine was severe in the land, And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the grain, which they had brought from Egypt, that their father said to them,
Go back, buy us a little food.
But Judah spoke to him, saying,
The man solemnly warned us, saying, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you. If you send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the man said to us, You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you.
Why did you deal so wrongfully with me as to tell the man whether you had still another brother?
The man asked us pointedly about ourselves and our family, saying, Is your father still alive? Have you another brother? And we told him according to these words. Could we possibly have known that he would say, Bring your brother down?
Then Judah said to Israel his father,
Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not lose our lives, both we and you, and also our little ones. I myself will be surety for him. From my hand you shall require him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For if we had not lingered, surely by now we would have returned this second time.
If it must be so, then do this. Take some of the best fruits of the land in your vessels and carry down a present for the man. A little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, pistachio nuts and almonds. Take double money in your hand, and take back in your hand the money that was returned in the mouth of your sacks. Perhaps it was an oversight. Take your brother also, and arise. Go back to the man. And may God Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may release your other brother and Benjamin. If I am bereaved, I am bereaved.
So the men took that present and Benjamin, and they took double money in their hand, and arose and went down to Egypt. And they stood before Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the steward of his house,
Take these men to my home, and slaughter an animal and make ready, for these men will dine with me at noon.
Then the man did as Joseph ordered, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house. Now the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house, and they said,
It is because of the money which was returned in our sacks the first time that we are brought in, so that he may make a case against us and seize us, to take us as slaves with our donkeys.
When they drew near to the steward of Joseph's house, they talked with him at the door of the house and said,
O sir, we indeed came down the first time to buy food. But it happened when we came to the encampment that we opened our sacks, and there each man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight. So we have brought it back in our hand. And we have brought down other money in our hands to buy food. We do not know who put our money in our sacks.
But he said,
Peace be with you. Do not be afraid. Your God and the God of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money.
Then he brought Simeon out to them. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed down before him to the earth. Then he asked them about their well-being and said,
Is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he still alive?
And they answered, Your servant our father's in good health. He is still alive. And they bowed their heads down and prostrated themselves. Then he lifted his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said,
Is this your younger brother of whom you spoke to me? God be gracious to you, my son.
Now his heart yearned for his brother. So Joseph made haste and sought somewhere to weep. And he went into his chamber and wept there. Then he washed his face and came out, and he restrained himself and said,
Serve the bread.
So he dined with them, but Joseph had one more test. Joseph had his silver cup hidden in Benjamin's sack. The next morning, while they returned to Canaan, the brothers were stopped, searched, and when the cup was found, everything shattered. The culprit had to become a slave. But something powerful happened. Judah, who once led the charge to sell Joseph, stepped forward, not to accuse, not to escape, but he pleaded,
Take me instead. Let me bear the punishment. Just don't take the boy. If Benjamin doesn't come back, it will destroy our father.
That was it. Joseph couldn't hold back anymore. In a burst of raw emotion, he sent out the Egyptians and broke down in tears.
I am Joseph. Is my father still alive?
The brothers were in shock and felt much guilt. But Joseph reassured them.
Do not be distressed or angry with yourselves for selling me. It was God who sent me ahead of you to save lives.
He hugged them, wept with them, and forgave them. Then he said, Go. Tell my father I'm alive. Bring him here quickly. And Pharaoh, pleased with Joseph's reunion, offered wagons, supplies, and the best of Egypt for their family. When Jacob heard the news, he could hardly believe it.
Joseph, my son, is still alive? I will go and see him before I leave this earth.
On the journey, God spoke to him at Beersheba.
Don't be afraid to go down to Egypt. I will go with you.
And so, Israel gathered his entire family and moved to Egypt. Then, when Joseph saw his father, he ran into Jacob's arms. He hugged him tight and wept for a long time.
Now I can go in peace because I've seen your face again.
Joseph settled the family in Goshen, gave them land, food, and protection. And when Jacob stood before Pharaoh, an old man leaning on his staff, he did something unexpected. He blessed the king of Egypt. And just like that, the family of Israel was preserved in a foreign land, not by power, not by revenge, but by forgiveness, grace, and the quiet working of God's plan behind the scenes.
My friends, as we close this powerful story, let's not just applaud Joseph's rise to greatness. Let's remember how he got there. He was Jacob's beloved son, betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, and forgotten in prison. But through it all, God was with him. Joseph's life teaches us that the path to purpose isn't always straight. Sometimes it winds through pain, betrayal, and waiting. But if we stay faithful like Joseph, even in the dark, God can turn our suffering into salvation, not just for us, but for others. Joseph forgave, Joseph trusted, and Joseph rose because God never left him. So when life feels unfair or your dreams feel far away, remember this story. God is still writing your ending. And like Joseph, it will be worth the wait.
Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to deliver you from the lions?
A long time ago in the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, in his 3rd year, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand, with some of the articles of the house of God, which he carried into the land of Shinar to the house of his God. And he brought the articles into the treasure house of his God. Then the king instructed Ashpenaz, the master of his eunuchs,
Bring to me some of the children of Israel, even from among the royal family and the nobility. Select only the young men who are without blemish, handsome in appearance, gifted in all wisdom, full of knowledge and quick in understanding. Let them be those with the ability to serve in my palace, and we shall teach them the language and literature of the Chaldeans, that they may be useful in my kingdom.
And the king appointed for them a daily provision of the king's delicacies, and of the wine which he drank, and 3 years of training for them, so that, at the end of that time, they might serve before the king. Now, from among those of the sons of Judah were Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. To them the chief of the eunuchs gave names.
From this day forward, you, Daniel, shall be called Belteshazzar, and you, Hananiah. Your name is now Shadrach. Mishael, you are Meshach, and Azariah, You shall be known as Abednego. These are the names you will bear in service to the king.
Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's delicacies, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the chief of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. Now God had brought Daniel into the favor and goodwill of the chief of the eunuchs. And the chief of the eunuchs said to Daniel,
I fear my lord the king, who has appointed your food and drink. For why should he see your faces looking worse than the young men who are your age? Then you would endanger my head before the king.
So Daniel said to the steward, whom the chief of the eunuchs had set over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah,
Please test your servants for 10 days, and let them give us vegetables to eat and water to drink. Then let our appearance be examined before you, and the appearance of the young men who eat the portion of the king's delicacies. And as you see fit, so deal with your servant.
So he consented with them in this matter, and tested them 10 days. And at the end of 10 days their features appeared better and fatter in flesh than all the young men who ate the portion of the king's delicacies. Thus the steward took away their portion of delicacies and the wine that they were to drink, and gave them vegetables. As for these 4 young men, God gave them knowledge and skill in all literature and wisdom, and Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Now at the end of the days, when the king had said that they should be brought in, the chief of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. Then the king interviewed them, and among them all none was found like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore they served before the king. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding about which the king examined them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers who were in all his realm. Thus Daniel continued until the first year of King Cyrus. Now in the second year of Nebuchadnezzar's reign, Nebuchadnezzar had dreams, and his spirit was so troubled that his sleep left him. Then the king gave the command to call the magicians, the astrologers, the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans to tell the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king. And the king said to them,
I have had a dream, and my spirit is anxious to know the dream.
O king, live forever. Tell your servants the dream, and we will give the interpretation.
My decision is firm. If you do not make known the dream to me and its interpretation, you shall be cut in pieces, and your houses shall be made an ash heap. However, if you tell the dream and its interpretation, you shall receive from me gifts, rewards, and great honor. Therefore, tell me the dream and its interpretation.
Let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will give its interpretation.
I know for certain that you would gain time, because you see that my decision is firm. If you do not make known the dream to me, there is only one decree for you have agreed to speak lying and corrupt words before me, till the time has changed. Therefore tell me the dream, and I shall know that you can give me its interpretation.
There is not a man on earth who can tell the king's matter. Therefore no king, lord, or ruler has ever asked such things of any magician, astrologer, or Chaldean.
It is a difficult thing that the king requests, and there is no other who can tell it to the king except the gods, whose dwelling is not with flesh.
For this reason the king was angry and very furious, and gave the command to destroy all the wise men of Babylon. So the decree went out, and they began taking the lives of the wise men, and they sought Daniel and his companions to take their lives. Then with counsel and wisdom, Daniel answered Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, who had gone out to take the lives of the wise men of Babylon.
Why is the decree from the king so urgent?
Then Arioch made the decision known to Daniel. So Daniel went in and asked the king to give him time, that he might tell the king the interpretation. Then Daniel went to his house and made the decision known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions, that they might seek mercies from the God of heaven concerning this secret, so that Daniel and his companions might not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. Then the secret was revealed to Daniel in a night vision. So Daniel blessed the God of heaven.
Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. And he changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings and raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and secret things. He knows what is in the darkness, and light dwells with him. I thank you and praise you, O God of my fathers. You have given me wisdom and might, and have now made known to me what we asked of you. For you have made known to us the king's demand.
Therefore, Daniel went to Arioch, whom the king had appointed to destroy the wise men of Babylon. He went and said thus to him,
Do not destroy the wise men of Babylon. Take me before the king, and I will tell the king the interpretation.
Then Arioch quickly brought Daniel before the king, and said thus to him,
I have found a man of the captives of Judah, who will make known to the king the interpretation.
The king answered and said to Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar,
Are you able to make known to me the dream which I have seen, and its interpretation?
The secret which the king has demanded, the wise men, the astrologers, the magicians, and the soothsayers cannot declare to the king. But there is a God in heaven who reveals secrets, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be in the latter days. Your dream and the visions of your head upon your bed were these. As for you, O king, thoughts came to your mind while on your bed about what would come to pass after this. And he who reveals secrets has made known to you what will be. But as for me, this secret has not been revealed to me, because I have more wisdom than anyone living. But for our sakes, who make known the interpretation to the king, and that you may know the thoughts of your heart. You, O king, were watching, and behold, a great image. This great image, whose splendor was excellent, stood before you, and its form was awesome. This image's head was of fine gold, its chest and arms of silver, its belly and thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, its feet partly of iron and partly of clay. You watched while a stone was cut out without hands, which struck the image on its feet of iron and clay, and broke them in pieces. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were crushed together, and became like chaff from the summer threshing floors. The wind carried them away so that no trace of them was found. And the stone that struck the image became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. This is the dream. Now we will tell the interpretation of it before the king. You, O king, are a king of kings, for the God of heaven has given you a kingdom, power, strength, and glory. And wherever the children of men dwell, or the beasts of the field and the birds of the heaven, he has given them into your hand, and has made you ruler over them all. You are this head of gold. But after you shall arise another kingdom inferior to yours, then another, a third kingdom of bronze, which shall rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be as strong as iron, inasmuch as iron breaks in pieces and shatters everything. And like iron that crushes, that kingdom will break in pieces and crush all the others. Whereas you saw the feet and toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. Yet the strength of the iron shall be in it, just as you saw the iron mixed with ceramic clay. And as the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly fragile. As you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay, they will mingle with the seed of men. But they will not adhere to one another, just as iron does not mix with clay. And in the days of these kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed. And the kingdom shall not be left to other people. It shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. Inasmuch as you saw that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it broke in pieces the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold. The great God has made known to the king what will come to pass after this. The dream is certain, and its interpretation is sure.
Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face, prostrate before Daniel, and commanded that they should present an offering and incense to him. The king answered Daniel and said,
Truly your God is the God of gods, the Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets. Since you could reveal this secret.
Then the king promoted Daniel and gave him many great gifts. And he made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon and chief administrator over all the wise men of Babylon. Also Daniel petitioned the king, and he set Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon. But Daniel sat in the gate of the king. Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits, and its width 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. And King Nebuchadnezzar sent word to gather together the satraps, the administrators, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image which King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. So the satraps, the administrators, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces gathered together for the dedication of the image that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then a herald cried aloud,
To you it is commanded, O peoples, nations, and languages, that at the time you hear the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, in symphony with all kinds of music, you shall fall down and worship the gold image that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast immediately into the midst of a burning fiery furnace.
So at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the horn, flute, harp, and lyre in symphony with all kinds of music, all the people, nations, and languages fell down and worshipped the gold image which King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Therefore, at that time, certain Chaldeans came forward and accused the Jews. They spoke and said to King Nebuchadnezzar,
O king, live forever. You, O king, have made a decree that everyone who hears the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, in symphony with all kinds of music, shall fall down and worship the gold image. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace.
There are certain Jews whom you have set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have not paid due regard to you. They do not serve your gods or worship the gold image which you have set up.
Then Nebuchadnezzar, in rage and fury, gave the command to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar spoke, saying to them,
Is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my gods or worship the gold image which I have set up? Now if you are ready at the time you hear the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, in symphony with all kinds of music, and you fall down and worship the image which I have made good, But if you do not worship, you shall be cast immediately into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. And who is the God who will deliver you from my hands?
O Nebuchadnezzar, we have no need to answer you in this matter.
If that is the case, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us from your hand, O king.
But if not, let it be known to you, O king, that we do not serve your gods, nor will we worship the gold image which you have set up.
Then Nebuchadnezzar was full of fury, and the expression on his face changed toward Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
Heat the furnace 7 times hotter than it has ever been.
And he commanded certain mighty men of valor who were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and cast them into the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their coats, their trousers, their turbans, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Therefore, because the king's command was urgent and the furnace exceedingly hot, the flame of the fire took the lives of those men who took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then King Nebuchadnezzar was astonished, and he rose in haste and spoke, saying to his counselors,
Did we not cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire?
They answered and said to the king, True, O king.
Look, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God.
Then Nebuchadnezzar went near the mouth of the burning fiery furnace and spoke,
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High God, come out and come here.
Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came from the midst of the fire. And the satraps, administrators, governors, and the king's counselors gathered together, and they saw these men on whose bodies the fire had no power. The hair of their head was not singed, nor were their garments affected, and the smell of fire was not on them. Nebuchadnezzar spoke, saying,
Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who sent his angel and delivered his servants who trusted in him, and they have frustrated the king's word, and yielded their bodies, that they should not serve nor worship any god except their own God. Therefore I make a decree that any people, nation, or language which speaks anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made an ash heap, because there is no other God who can deliver like this.
Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar the king, to all peoples, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied to you.
I thought it good to declare the signs and wonders that the Most High God has worked for me. How great are his signs, and how mighty his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and his dominion is from generation to generation. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at rest in my house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream which made me afraid, and the thoughts on my bed and the visions of my head troubled me. Therefore I issued a decree to bring in all the wise men of Babylon before me, that they might make known to me the interpretation of the dream. Then the magicians, the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers came in, and I told them the dream, but they did not make known to me its interpretation. But at last Daniel came before me. His name is Belteshazzar, according to the name of my God. In him is the spirit of the holy God. And I told the dream before him, saying, Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians, because I know that the spirit of the holy God is in you, and no secret troubles you. Explain to me the visions of my dream that I have seen, and its interpretation. These were the visions of my head while on my bed. I was looking, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. The tree grew and became strong. Its height reached to the heavens, and it could be seen to the ends of all the earth. Its leaves were lovely, its fruit abundant, and in it was food for all. The beasts of the field found shade under it. The birds of the heavens dwelt in its branches, and all flesh was fed from it. I saw in the visions of my head while on my bed, and there was a watcher, a holy one, coming down from heaven. He cried aloud and said thus,
Chop down the tree and cut off its branches. Strip off its leaves and scatter its fruit. Let the beasts get out from under it, and the birds from its branches. Nevertheless, leave the stump and roots in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze, in the tender grass of the field. Let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let him graze with the beasts on the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from that of a man. Let him be given the heart of a beast, and let 7 times pass over him. This decision is by the decree of the watchers, and the sentence by the word of the holy ones, in order that the living may know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men, gives it to whomever he will, and sets over it the lowest of men.
This dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now you, Belteshazzar, declare its interpretation, since all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to make known to me the interpretation, but you are able, for the spirit of the holy God is in you.
Then Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, was astonished for a time, and his thoughts troubled him. So the king spoke and said,
Belteshazzar, do not let the dream or its interpretation trouble you.
My lord, may the dream concern those who hate you, and its interpretation concern your enemies. The tree that you saw, which grew and became strong, whose height reached to the heavens, and which could be seen by all the earth, whose leaves were lovely and its fruit abundant, in which was food for all, under which the beasts of the field dwelt, and in whose branches the birds of the heaven had their home. It is you, O king, who have grown and become strong, for your greatness has grown and reaches to the heavens, and your dominion to the end of the earth. And inasmuch as the king saw a watcher, a holy one, coming down from heaven and saying, Chop down the tree and destroy it, but leave its stump and roots in the earth, bound with a band of iron and bronze in the tender grass of the field. Let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let him graze with the beasts of the field, till 7 times pass over him. This is the interpretation, O king, and this is the decree of the Most High, which has come upon my lord the king. They shall drive you from men, your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, and they shall make you eat grass like oxen. They shall wet you with the dew of heaven, and 7 times shall pass over you, till you know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men, and gives it to whomever he chooses. And inasmuch as they gave the command to leave the stump and roots of the tree, your kingdom shall be assured to you, after you come to know that heaven rules. Therefore, O king, let my advice be acceptable to you. Break off your sins by being righteous, and your iniquities by showing mercy to the poor. Perhaps there may be a lengthening of your prosperity.
All this came upon King Nebuchadnezzar. At the end of the 12 months, he was walking about the royal palace of Babylon. The king spoke, saying,
Is not this great Babylon that I have built for a royal dwelling by my mighty power and for the honor of my majesty?
While the word was still in the king's mouth, a voice fell from heaven.
King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is spoken. The kingdom has departed from you, and they shall drive you from men, and your dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. They shall make you eat grass like oxen, and 7 times shall pass over you, until you know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men, and gives it to whomever he chooses.
That very hour the word was fulfilled concerning Nebuchadnezzar. He was driven from men and ate grass like oxen. His body was wet with the dew of heaven, till his hair had grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like bird's claws.
And at the end of the time, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted my eyes to heaven, and my understanding returned to me, and I blessed the Most High, and praised and honored him who lives forever. For his dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. All the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing. He does according to his will in the army of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth. No one can restrain his hand or say to him, "What have you done?" At the same time my reason returned to me, and for the glory of my kingdom, my honor and splendor returned to me. My counselors and nobles resorted to me. I was restored to my kingdom, and excellent majesty was added to me. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise and extol and honor the King of heaven, all of whose works are truth, and his ways justice. And those who walk in pride, he is able to put down.
Belshazzar the king made a great feast for 1,000 of his lords, and drank wine in the presence of the 1,000. While he tasted the wine, Belshazzar gave the command to bring the gold and silver vessels, which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken from the temple, which had been in Jerusalem, that the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines might drink from them. Then they brought the gold vessels that had been taken from the temple of the house of God, which had been in Jerusalem, and the king and his lords, his wives, and his concubines drank from them.
This feast is magnificent, sister.
Indeed, a celebration worthy of the gods.
They drank wine and praised the gods of gold and silver, bronze and iron, wood and stone. In the same hour, the fingers of a man's hand appeared and wrote opposite the lampstand on the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his hips were loosened, and his knees knocked against each other. The king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. The king spoke, saying to the wise men of Babylon,
"Whoever reads this writing and tells me its interpretation shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around his neck, and he shall be the 3rd ruler in the kingdom."
Now all the king's wise men came, but they could not read the writing, or make known to the king its interpretation. Then King Belshazzar was greatly troubled, his countenance was changed, and his lords were astonished. The queen, because of the words of the king and his lords, came to the banquet hall.
O king, live forever. Do not let your thoughts trouble you, nor let your countenance change. There is a man in your kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy God. And in the days of your father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, were found in him. And King Nebuchadnezzar, your father the king, made him chief of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers, inasmuch as an excellent spirit, knowledge, understanding, interpreting dreams, solving riddles, and explaining enigmas were found in this Daniel, whom the king named Belteshazzar. Now let Daniel be called, and he will give the interpretation.
Then Daniel was brought in before the king. The king spoke and said to Daniel,
"Are you that Daniel who is one of the captives from Judah, whom my father the king brought from Judah? I have heard of you, that the Spirit of God is in you, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom are found in you. Now the wise men, the astrologers, have been brought in before me, that they should read this writing and make known to me its interpretation. But they could not give the interpretation of the thing. And I have heard of you, that you can give interpretations and explain enigmas. Now, if you can read the writing and make known to me its interpretation, you shall be clothed with purple and have a chain of gold around your neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom.
Let your gifts be for yourself, and give your rewards to another. Yet I will read the writing to the king, and make known to him the interpretation. O king, the Most High God gave Nebuchadnezzar your father a kingdom and majesty, glory and honor. And because of the majesty that he gave him, all peoples, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whomever he wished he executed, whomever he wished he kept alive, whomever he wished he set up, and whomever he wished he put down. But when his heart was lifted up, and his spirit was hardened in pride, he was deposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. Then he was driven from the sons of men. His heart was made like the beasts, and his dwelling was with the wild donkeys. They fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High God rules in the kingdom of men, and appoints over it whomever he chooses. But you, his son Belshazzar, have not humbled your heart, although you knew all this. And you have lifted yourself up against the Lord of heaven. They have brought the vessels of his house before you, and you and your lords, your wives and your concubines, have drunk wine from them. And you have praised the gods of silver and gold, bronze and iron, wood and stone, which do not see or hear or know. And the God who holds your breath in his hand and owns all your ways, you have not glorified. Then the fingers of the hand were sent from him, and this writing was written. And this is the inscription that was written: Mene, Mene, Tekel, Upharsin. This is the interpretation of each word. Mene, God has numbered your kingdom and finished it. Tekel, you have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. Peres, your kingdom has been divided and given to the Medes and Persians.
Then Belshazzar gave the command, and they clothed Daniel with purple, and put a chain of gold around his neck, and made a proclamation concerning him, that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. That very night Belshazzar, king of the Chaldeans, was slain. And Darius the Mede received the kingdom, being about 62 years old. It pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 satraps, to be over the whole kingdom, and over these 3 governors, of whom Daniel was one, that the satraps might give account to them, so that the king would suffer no loss. Then this Daniel distinguished himself above the governors and satraps, because an excellent spirit was in him, and the king gave thought to setting him over the whole realm. So the governors and satraps sought to find some charge against Daniel concerning the kingdom, but they could find no charge or fault, because he was faithful, nor was there any error or fault found in him. Then these men said,
"We shall not find any charge against this Daniel, unless we find it against him concerning the law of his God."
So these governors and satraps thronged before the king and said thus to him,
King Darius, live forever. All the governors of the kingdom, the administrators and satraps, the counselors and advisors, have consulted together to establish a royal statute and to make a firm decree, that whoever petitions any god or man for 30 days, except you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions.
Now, O king, establish the decree and sign the writing, so that it cannot be changed, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which does not alter.
Therefore King Darius signed the written decree. Now when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went home, and in his upper room, with his windows open toward Jerusalem, he knelt down on his knees 3 times that day, and prayed and gave thanks before his God, as was his custom since early days. Then these men assembled and found Daniel praying and making supplication before his God. And they went before the king and spoke concerning the king's decree.
Have you not signed a decree that every man who petitions any god or man within 30 days, except you, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions?
The thing is true, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which does not alter.
That Daniel, who is one of the captives from Judah, does not show due regard for you, O king, or for the decree that you have signed, but makes his petition 3 times a day.
And the king, when he heard these words, was greatly displeased with himself, and set his heart on Daniel to deliver him. And he labored till the going down of the sun to deliver him. Then these men approached the king and said to the king,
Know, O king, that it is the law of the Medes and Persians that no decree or statute which the king establishes may be changed.
So the king gave the command, and they brought Daniel. And cast him into the den of lions. But the king spoke, saying to Daniel,
Your God, whom you serve continually, he will deliver you.
Then a stone was brought and laid on the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet ring, and with the signets of his lords, that the purpose concerning Daniel might not be changed. Now the king went to his palace and spent the night fasting, and no musicians were brought before him. Also his sleep went from him. Then the king arose very early in the morning and went in haste to the den of lions. And when he came to the den, he cried out with a lamenting voice to Daniel,
Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to deliver you from the lions?
O king, live forever. My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths, so that they have not hurt me, because I was found innocent before him. And also, O king, I have done no wrong before you.
Now the king was exceedingly glad for him, and commanded that they should take Daniel up out of the den. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no injury whatever was found on him, because he believed in his God. And the king gave the command, and they brought those men who had accused Daniel, and they cast them into the den of lions, them, their children, and their wives. And the lions overpowered them, and broke all their bones in pieces before they ever came to the bottom of the den. Then King Darius wrote,
To all peoples, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied to you. I make a decree that in every dominion of my kingdom, men must tremble and fear before the God of Daniel. For he is the living God, and steadfast forever. His kingdom is the one which shall not be destroyed, and his dominion shall endure to the end. He delivers and rescues, and he works signs and wonders in heaven and on earth, who has delivered Daniel from the power of the lions.
So this Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius and in the reign of Cyrus the Persian.
My friends, I stand before you today not because I was strong, but because God is strong. When lions roared, he shut their mouths. When kings made decrees, his word stood higher. When fire burned, his hand protected. Do not put your trust in riches, power, or idols of this world, for they fade away. Put your trust in the living God, who reigns forever. If you will stand faithful, even when the world bows, he will stand with you. And if you will pray, even when men forbid it, he will hear you. Remember this: kingdoms rise and fall, but the kingdom of our God is everlasting. Stay faithful. For those who honor him, he will honor. The God who delivered me is the same God who will deliver you. Hold fast to him, and you will never be ashamed. Do not think in your heart that you will escape in the king's palace any more than all the other Jews. For if you remain completely silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise for the Jews from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. Yet who knows whether you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this?
For such a time as this, I'll find my way. For such a time as this, I'll seize the day. For such a time as this, I'll break the chain.
A long time ago, in the days of Ahasuerus, this was the Ahasuerus who reigned over 127 provinces from India to Ethiopia. In those days when King Ahasuerus sat on the throne of his kingdom, which was in Shushan the citadel, that in the 3rd year of his reign, he made a feast for all his officials and servants. The powers of Persia and Media, the nobles and the princes of the provinces being before him, when he showed the riches of his glorious kingdom and the splendor of his excellent majesty for many days. 180 days in all. And when these days were completed, the king made a feast lasting 7 days for all the people who were present in Shushan the citadel, from great to small, in the court of the garden of the king's palace. There were white and blue linen curtains, fastened with cords of fine linen and purple, on silver rods and marble pillars. And the couches were of gold and silver on a mosaic pavement of alabaster, turquoise, and white and black marble. And they served drinks in golden vessels, each vessel being different from the other, with royal wine in abundance, according to the generosity of the king. In accordance with the law, the drinking was not compulsory, for so the king had ordered all the officers of his household that they should do according to each man's pleasure. Queen Vashti also made a feast for the women in the royal palace, which belonged to King Ahasuerus. On the 7th day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine, he commanded Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, Abagtha, Zethar, and Carcass, 7 eunuchs who served in the presence of King Ahasuerus, to bring Queen Vashti before the king, wearing her royal crown, in order to show her beauty to the people and the officials, for she was beautiful to behold.
Summon Queen Vashti at once. Let her come adorned in her royal crown, for all the nobles and princes must behold the beauty of the queen whom I favor. Tell her the king commands it.
With all respect to the king, I shall not present myself before the king's banquet.
But Queen Vashti refused to come at the king's command, brought by his eunuchs. Therefore the king was furious, and his anger burned within him. Then the king said to the wise men who understood the times,
What shall we do to Queen Vashti, according to law, because she did not obey the command of King Ahasuerus, brought to her by the eunuchs?
And Memucan answered before the king and the princes,
Queen Vashti has not only wronged the king, but also all the princes and all the people who are in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus. For the queen's behavior will become known to all women, so that they will despise their husbands in their eyes when they report, King Ahasuerus commanded Queen Vashti to be brought in before him, but she did not come. This very day, the noble ladies of Persia and Media will say to all the king's officials that they have heard of the behavior of the queen. Thus there will be excessive contempt and wrath. If it pleases the king, let a royal decree go out from him, and let it be recorded in the laws of the Persians and the Medes, so that it will not be altered, that Vashti shall come no more before King Ahasuerus. And let the king give her royal position to another who is better than she. When the king's decree which he will make is proclaimed throughout all his empire, for it is great, all wives will honor their husbands, both great and small.
And the reply pleased the king and the princes. And the king did according to the word of Memucan. Then he sent letters to all the king's provinces, to each province in its own script, and to every people in their own language, that each man should be master in his own house, and speak in the language of his own people. After these things, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus subsided, he remembered Vashti, what she had done, and what had been decreed against her. Then the king's servants who attended him said,
Let beautiful young virgins be sought for the king, and let the king appoint officers in all the provinces of his kingdom, that they may gather all the beautiful young virgins to Shushan, the citadel, into the women's quarters, under the custody of Hegai the king's eunuch, custodian of the women. And let beauty preparations be given them. Then let the young woman who pleases the king be queen instead of Vashti.
This thing pleased the king, and he did so. In Shushan, the citadel, there was a certain Jew, whose name was Mordecai, the son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, a Benjamite. Kish had been carried away from Jerusalem with the captives who had been captured with Jeconiah king of Judah, whom Nebuchadnezzar the king of Babylon had carried away. And Mordecai had brought up Hadassah, that is, Esther, his uncle's daughter, for she had neither father nor mother. The young woman was lovely and beautiful. When her father and mother died, Mordecai took her as his own daughter. So it was, when the king's command and decree were heard, and when many young women were gathered at Shushan, the citadel, under the custody of Hegai, that Esther also was taken to the king's palace, into the care of Hegai, the custodian of the women. Now the young woman pleased him, and she obtained his favor, so he readily gave beauty preparations to her, besides her allowance. Then 7 choice maidservants were provided for her from the king's palace, and he moved her and her maidservants to the best place in the house of the women. Esther had not revealed her people or family, for Mordecai had charged her not to reveal it.
Remember, Hadassah, remember who you are, but do not tell them. Do not reveal your people, nor your father's house. Not yet. This is not the time.
And every day Mordecai paced in front of the court of the women's quarters, to learn of Esther's welfare and what was happening to her. Each young woman's turn came to go into King Ahasuerus, after she had completed 12 months' preparation, according to the regulations for the women, for thus were the days of their preparation apportioned: 6 months with oil of myrrh, and 6 months with perfumes and preparations for beautifying women. Thus prepared, each young woman went to the king, and she was given whatever she desired to take with her from the women's quarters to the king's palace. In the evening she went, and in the morning she returned to the second house of the women, to the custody of Shashgaz, the king's eunuch who kept the concubines. She would not go into the king again unless the king delighted in her and called for her by name. Now when the turn came for Esther, the daughter of Abihail, the uncle of Mordecai, who had taken her as his daughter, to go into the king, She requested nothing but what Hegai the king's eunuch, the custodian of the women, advised. And Esther obtained favor in the sight of all who saw her. So Esther was taken to King Ahasuerus into his royal palace in the 10th month, which is the month of Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. The king loved Esther more than all the other women, and she obtained grace and favor in his sight, more than all the virgins. So he set the royal crown upon her head and made her queen instead of Vashti.
Purple silk around my arms, silver bells upon my palms. Never thought this could be me. Simple girl, now royalty. Dancing through the palace halls, spinning in my royal shawls. Every step feels like a dream. Nothing's quite the way it seems. Crown upon my head so bright, everything will be alright. La, 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 I'm finally free. La, 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 this is really me.
Then the king made a great feast, the Feast of Esther, for all his officials and servants, and he proclaimed a holiday in the provinces, and gave gifts according to the generosity of a king. When virgins were gathered together a second time, Mordecai sat within the king's gate. Now Esther had not revealed her family and her people, just as Mordecai had charged her. For Esther obeyed the command of Mordecai as when she was brought up by him. In those days, while Mordecai sat within the king's gate, two of the king's eunuchs, Bigthan and Tresh, doorkeepers, became furious and sought to lay hands on King Ahasuerus.
Hey, listen! Tomorrow night, when the king retires to his chambers, that is when we will strike. I don't think anyone will suspect us.
Perfect. We'll vanish before they know what happened.
So the matter became known to Mordecai, who told Queen Esther, and Esther informed the king in Mordecai's name. And when an inquiry was made into the matter, it was confirmed, and both were hanged on a gallows. And it was written in the book of the Chronicles in the presence of the king. After these things, King Ahasuerus promoted Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, and advanced him and set his seat above all the princes who were with him. And all the king's servants who were within the king's gate bowed and paid homage to Haman, for so the king had commanded concerning him. But Mordecai would not bow or pay homage. Then the king's servants, who were within the king's gate, said to Mordecai,
"Why do you transgress the king's command?"
Now it happened, when they spoke to him daily, and he would not listen to them, that they told it to Haman, to see whether Mordecai's words would stand. For Mordecai had told them that he was a Jew. When Haman saw that Mordecai did not bow or pay him homage, Haman was filled with wrath. But he disdained to lay hands on Mordecai alone, for they had told him of the people of Mordecai. Instead, Haman sought to destroy all the Jews who were throughout the whole kingdom of Ahasuerus, the people of Mordecai. In the first month, which is the month of Nisan, in the 12th year of King Ahasuerus, they cast Pur, that is, the lot, before Haman to determine the day and the month, until it fell on the 12th month, which is the month of Adar. Then Haman said to King Ahasuerus,
"There are certain people scattered and dispersed among the people in all the provinces of your kingdom. Their laws are different from all other peoples, and they do not keep the king's laws. Therefore it is not fitting for the king to let them remain. If it pleases the king, let a decree be written that they be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents of silver into the hands of those who do the work, to bring it into the king's treasuries."
So the king took his signet ring from his hand and gave it to Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews. And the king said to Haman,
"The money and the people are given to you, to do with them as seems good to you."
Then the king's scribes were called on the 13th day of the first month, and a decree was written according to all that Haman commanded, to the king's satraps, to the governors who were over each province, to the officials of all people, to every province according to its script, and to every people in their language. In the name of King Ahasuerus it was written and sealed with the king's signet ring, and the letters were sent by couriers into all the king's provinces, to destroy, to take the lives, and to annihilate all the Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month of Adar, and to plunder their possessions. A copy of the document was to be issued as law in every province, being published for all people, that they should be ready for that day. The couriers went out, hastened by the king's command, and the decree was proclaimed in Shushan, the citadel. So the king and Haman sat down to drink. But the city of Shushan was perplexed. When Mordecai learned all that had happened, he tore his clothes and put on sackcloth and ashes, and went out into the midst of the city. He cried out with a loud and bitter cry,
No, 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 no!
He went as far as the front of the king's gate, for no one might enter the king's gate clothed with sackcloth. And in every province where the king's command and decree arrived, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, weeping, and wailing, and many lay in sackcloth and ashes. So Esther's maids and eunuchs came and told her, and the queen was deeply distressed. Then she sent garments to clothe Mordecai and take his sackcloth away from him, but he would not accept them. Then Esther called Hathach, one of the king's eunuchs whom he had appointed to attend her, and she gave him a command concerning Mordecai, to learn what and why this was. So Hathach went out to Mordecai in the city square that was in front of the king's gate, and Mordecai told him all that had happened to him, and the sum of money that Haman had promised to pay into the king's treasuries to destroy the Jews. He also gave him a copy of the written decree for their destruction, which was given at Shushan, that he might show it to Esther and explain it to her, and that he might command her to go into the king to make supplication to him and plead before him for her people. So Hathach returned and told Esther the words of Mordecai. Then Esther spoke to Hathach and gave him a command for Mordecai.
All the king's servants and the people of the king's provinces know that any man or woman who goes into the inner court to the king who has not been called, he has but one law: put all to death, except the one to whom the king holds out the golden scepter, that he may live. Yet I myself have not been called to go into the king these 30 days.
So they told Mordecai Esther's words. And Mordecai told them to answer Esther.
Do not think in your heart that you will escape in the king's palace any more than all the other Jews. For if you remain completely silent at this time, relief and deliverance will arise for the Jews from another place, but you and your father's house will perish. Yet who knows whether you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this?
Then Esther told them to reply to Mordecai.
Go, gather all the Jews who are present in Shushan and fast for me, neither eat nor drink for 3 days, night or day. My maids and I will fast likewise. And so I will go to the king, which is against the law, and if I perish, I perish.
I wake each morning wondering why I was chosen for this place. The crown feels heavy on my head, but I can't look the other way when I see what's happening out there to people just like me. The fear inside my chest grows loud, but louder still's my money. They say that silence keeps you safe, but some things matter more. Even when the world feels upside down, even when I'm scared and small, if I don't speak, then who will now? I'll answer when duty calls, even if it cost me everything. Even if I fall, if I perish, then I perish, but I won't ignore it all.
So Mordecai went his way and did according to all that Esther commanded him. Now it happened on the third day that Esther put on her royal robes and stood in the inner court of the king's palace, across from the king's house, while the king sat on his royal throne in the royal house, facing the entrance of the house. So it was, when the king saw Queen Esther standing in the court, that she found favor in his sight, and the king held out to Esther the golden scepter that was in his hand. Then Esther went near and touched the top of the scepter. And the king said to her,
"What do you wish, Queen Esther? What is your request? It shall be given to you, up to half the kingdom."
If it pleases the king, let the king and Haman come today to the banquet that I have prepared for him.
Then the king said,
"Bring Haman quickly, that he may do as Esther has said."
So the king and Haman went to the banquet that Esther had prepared. At the banquet of wine, the king said to Esther,
"What is your petition? It shall be granted you. What is your request? Up to half the kingdom? It shall be done."
My petition and request is this: if I have found favor in the sight of the king, and if it pleases the king to grant my petition and fulfill my request, then let the king and Haman come to the banquet which I will prepare for them, and tomorrow I will do as the king has said.
So Haman went out that day joyful and with a glad heart. But when Haman saw Mordecai in the king's gate, and that he did not stand or tremble before him, he was filled with indignation against Mordecai. Nevertheless, Haman restrained himself and went home, and he sent and called for his friends and his wife Zeresh. Then Haman told them of his great riches, the multitude of his children, everything in which the king had promoted him, and how he had advanced him above the officials and servants of the king. Moreover, Haman said,
"Besides, Queen Esther invited no one but me to come in with the king to the banquet that she prepared, and tomorrow I am again invited by her along with the king. Yet all this avails me nothing so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting at the king's gate."
Then his wife Zeresh and all his friends said to him,
"Let a gallows be made, 50 cubits high, and in the morning suggest to the king that Mordecai be hanged on it. Then go merrily with the king to the banquet."
And the thing pleased Haman, so he had the gallows made. That night the king could not sleep. So one was commanded to bring the book of the records of the Chronicles, and they were read before the king. And it was found written that Mordecai had told of Bigthana and Teresh, two of the king's eunuchs, the doorkeepers, who had sought to lay hands on King Ahasuerus. Then the king said,
"What honor or dignity has been bestowed on Mordecai for this?"
"Nothing has been done for him."
"Who is in the court?"
Now Haman had just entered the outer court of the king's palace to suggest that the king hang Mordecai on the gallows that he had prepared for him. The king's servants said to him,
"Haman is there, standing in the court."
"Let him come in."
So Haman came in, and the king asked him,
"What shall be done for the man whom the king delights to honor?"
Now Haman thought in his heart,
"Whom would the king delight to honor more than me?"
And Haman answered the king,
"For the man whom the king delights to honor, let a royal robe be brought which the king has worn, and a horse on which the king has ridden, which has a royal crest placed on its head. Then let this robe and horse be delivered to the hand of one of the king's most noble princes, that he may array the man whom the king delights to honor. Then parade him on horseback through the city square and proclaim before him, 'Thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delights to honor.'"
"Hurry, take the robe and the horse, as you have suggested, and do so for Mordecai the Jew who sits within the king's gate. Leave nothing undone of all that you have spoken."
So Haman took the robe and the horse arrayed Mordecai and led him on horseback through the city square, and proclaimed before him,
Thus shall it be done to the man whom the king delights to honor.
Afterward, Mordecai went back to the king's gate. But Haman hurried to his house, mourning and with his head covered. When Haman told his wife Zeresh and all his friends everything that had happened to him, his wise men and his wife Zeresh said to him,
If Mordecai, before whom you have begun to fall, is of Jewish descent, you will not prevail against him, but will surely fall before him.
While they were still talking with him, the king's eunuchs came and hastened to bring Haman to the banquet which Esther had prepared. So the king and Haman went to dine with Queen Esther. And on the second day, at the banquet of wine, the king again said to Esther,
What is your petition, Queen Esther? It shall be granted you. And what is your request up to half the kingdom? It shall be done.
If I have found favor in your sight, O king, and if it pleases the king, let my life be given me at my petition, and my people at my request. For we have been sold, my people and I, to be destroyed, to have our lives taken, and to be annihilated. Had we been sold as male and female slaves, I would have held my tongue, although the enemy could never compensate for the king's loss.
Who is he and where is he who would dare presume in his heart to do such a thing?
The adversary and enemy is this wicked Haman.
So Haman was terrified before the king and queen. Then the king arose in his wrath from the banquet of wine and went into the palace garden. But Haman stood before Queen Esther, pleading for his life, for he saw that evil was determined against him by the king. When the king returned from the palace garden to the place of the banquet of wine, Haman had fallen across the couch where Esther was. Then the king said,
Will he also assault the queen while I am in the house?
As the word left the king's mouth, they covered Haman's face. Now Harbona, one of the eunuchs, said to the king,
Look, the gallows, 50 cubits high, which Haman made for Mordecai, who spoke good on the king's behalf, is standing at the house of Haman.
Hang him on it.
So they hanged Haman on the gallows that he had prepared for Mordecai. Then the king's wrath subsided. On that day, King Ahasuerus gave Queen Esther the house of Haman, the enemy of the Jews, and Mordecai came before the king, for Esther had told how he was related to her. So the king took off his signet ring, which he had taken from Haman, and gave it to Mordecai, and Esther appointed Mordecai over the house of Haman. Now Esther spoke again to the king, fell down at his feet, and implored him with tears to counteract the evil of Haman the Agagite, and the scheme which he had devised against the Jews. And the king held out the golden scepter toward Esther. So Esther arose and stood before the king, and said,
If it pleases the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and the thing seems right to the king, and I am pleasing in his eyes, let it be written to revoke the letters devised by Haman, the son of Hammedatha, the Agagite, which he wrote to annihilate the Jews who are in all the king's provinces. For how can I endure to see the evil that will come to my people? Or how can I endure seeing the destruction of my countrymen?
Then King Ahasuerus said to Queen Esther and Mordecai the Jew,
Indeed, I have given Esther the house of Haman, and they have hanged him on the gallows because he tried to lay his hand on the Jews. You yourselves write a decree concerning the Jews, as you please in the king's name, and seal it with the king's signet ring. For whatever is written in the king's name and sealed with the king's signet ring, no one can revoke.
So the king's scribes were called at that time in the 3rd month, which is the month of Sivan, on the 23rd day. And it was written according to all that Mordecai commanded, to the Jews, the satraps, the governors, and the princes of the provinces from India to Ethiopia, 127 provinces in all, to every province in its own script, to every people in their own language, and to the Jews in their own script and language. And he wrote in the name of King Ahasuerus, sealed it with the king's signet ring, and sent letters by couriers on horseback, riding on royal horses bred from swift steeds. By these letters, the king permitted the Jews who were in every city to gather together and protect their lives, to destroy, take the lives, and annihilate all the forces of any people or province that would assault them, both little children and women, and to plunder their possessions. On one day in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is the month of Adar. A copy of the document was to be issued as a decree in every province and published for all people, so that the Jews would be ready on that day to avenge themselves on their enemies. The couriers who rode on royal horses went out, hastened and pressed on by the king's command, and the decree was issued in Shushan the citadel. So Mordecai went out from the presence of the king in royal apparel of blue and white, with a great crown of gold and a garment of fine linen and purple. And the city of Shushan rejoiced and was glad. The Jews had light and gladness, joy and honor. And in every province and city, wherever the king's command and decree came, the Jews had joy and gladness, a feast and a holiday. Then many of the people of the land became Jews, because fear of the Jews fell upon them. Now in the 12th month, that is, the month of Adar, on the 13th day, the time came for the king's command and his decree to be executed. On the day that the enemies of the Jews had hoped to overpower them, the opposite occurred, in that the Jews themselves overpowered those who hated them. The Jews gathered together in their cities throughout all the provinces of King Ahasuerus to lay hands on those who sought their harm, and no one could withstand them, because fear of them fell upon all people. And all the officials of the provinces, the satraps, the governors, and all those doing the king's work helped the Jews, because the fear of Mordecai fell upon them. For Mordecai was great in the king's palace, and his fame spread throughout all the provinces. For this man, Mordecai became increasingly prominent. Thus, the Jews defeated all their enemies with the stroke of the sword, with slaughter and destruction, and did what they pleased with those who hated them. In the end, the Jews were saved from destruction, and Mordecai was second to King Ahasuerus. The Jews celebrated their deliverance with feasting and joy, and Mordecai instituted the festival of Purim to commemorate their victory.
When I was just a girl, I never dreamed I would be queen. I never imagined that my life, my pain, my silence, my courage would be part of something greater. I was afraid. I hid who I was to survive. But then, a moment came when silence was no longer an option. I had to choose fear or faith. And though I trembled, I remember the words of my cousin Mordecai. Perhaps you were born for such a time as this. Dear one watching this story, listen to me. You, too, have a purpose. God has placed you right where you are, not by accident, but by design. There may come a moment when you must speak up, when standing still means letting evil win, when courage looks like stepping forward, even if your voice shakes. But know this, you are never alone. The same God who gave me strength will give it to you. The same God who turned fear into favor will do the same in your life. So don't wait for the perfect moment. Walk in obedience, even when it costs you. And when the world needs light, be brave, be bold, be faithful, because maybe, just maybe, you were born for such a time as this.
For such a time as this, I'll find my way. For such a time as this, I'll seize the day. For such a time as this, I'll break the chain.
I got swallowed by a giant fish. Can you even imagine? 3 days, 3 whole days trapped inside. No sunlight, no fresh air, barely any food. Just me, my thoughts, and the endless sound of water sloshing around in that massive belly. And trust me, 3 days in there felt like a lifetime. How did I even end up there? It all started when God gave me a mission. And what did I do? I ran the other way. Spoiler alert, that did not go well.
Many years ago in the land of Israel, there lived a man named Jonah, son of Amittai. Jonah loved God, but he struggled with following God's plan. Now, the word of the Lord came to Jonah, the son of Amittai, saying,
Arise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and cry out against it, for their wickedness has come up before me.
But Jonah thought to himself,
Nineveh? Those people? I can't go there. I won't go there.
So Jonah arose to flee to Tarshish from the presence of the Lord. He went down to Joppa and found a ship going to Tarshish. So he paid the fare and went down into it to go with them to Tarshish from the presence of the Lord. But the Lord sent out a great wind on the sea, and there was a mighty tempest on the sea, so that the ship was about to be broken up.
We're going to sink. The storm is too powerful.
Pray to your gods. Maybe they will save us.
The sailors were afraid, and every man cried out to his God and threw the cargo that was in the ship into the sea to lighten the load. But Jonah had gone down into the lowest parts of the ship, had lain down, and was fast asleep. So the captain came to him and said to him,
What do you mean, sleeper? Arise, call on your God. Perhaps your God will consider us, so that we may not perish.
And they said to one another,
Come, let us cast lots, that we may know for whose cause this trouble has come upon us.
So they cast lots, and the lot fell on Jonah. Then they said to him,
Please tell us, for whose cause is this trouble upon us? What is your occupation, and where do you come from? What is your country, and of what people are you?
I am a Hebrew, and I fear the Lord, the God of heaven, who made the sea and the dry land.
Then the men were exceedingly afraid, and said to him,
Why have you done this?
For the men knew that he fled from the presence of the Lord, because he had told them. Then they said to him,
What shall we do to you, so that the sea may be calm for us?
For the sea was growing more tempestuous. And he said to them,
Pick me up, and throw me into the sea. Then the sea will become calm for you, for I know that this great tempest is because of me.
Nevertheless, the men rowed hard to return to land, but they could not, for the sea continued to grow more tempestuous against them. Therefore they cried out to the Lord and said,
We pray, O Lord, please do not let us perish for this man's life, and do not charge us with innocent blood. For you, O Lord, have done as it pleased you.
So they picked up Jonah and threw him into the sea. And the sea ceased from its raging. Then the men feared the Lord exceedingly, and offered a sacrifice to the Lord and took vows.
Truly, Jonah's God is mighty.
Jonah sank deeper and deeper into the ocean. Now the Lord had prepared a great fish to swallow Jonah. And Jonah was in the belly of the fish for 3 days and 3 nights. So Jonah prayed,
I was in very bad trouble. I called to the Lord for help, and he answered me. I was deep in the grave. I cried to you, and you heard my voice. You threw me into the sea. Your powerful waves splashed over me. I went down, down into the deep sea. The water was all around me. Then I thought, now I must go where you cannot see me. But I continued looking to your holy temple for help. The seawater closed over me. The water covered my mouth and I could not breathe. I went down, down into the deep sea. Seaweed wrapped around my head. I was at the bottom of the sea, the place where the mountains begin. I thought I was locked in this prison forever, but the Lord my God took me out of my grave. God, you gave me life again. My soul gave up all hope, but then I remembered the Lord. I prayed to you, and you heard my prayers in your holy temple. Some people worship useless idols, but those statues never helped them. I will give sacrifices to you, and I will praise and thank you. I will make special promises to you, and I will do what I promise. Salvation only comes from the Lord.
So the Lord spoke to the fish, and it vomited Jonah onto dry land. Now the word of the Lord came to Jonah the second time, saying,
Arise, go to Nineveh, that great city, and preach to it the message that I tell you.
So Jonah arose and went to Nineveh, according to the word of the Lord. Now Nineveh was an exceedingly great city, a 3-day journey in extent. And Jonah began to enter the city on the first day's walk. Then he cried out and said,
Yet 40 days, and Nineveh shall be overthrown.
So the people of Nineveh believed God, proclaimed a fast, and put on sackcloth, from the greatest to the least of them. Then word came to the king of Nineveh, and he arose from his throne and laid aside his robe, covered himself with sackcloth, and sat in ashes. And he caused it to be proclaimed and published throughout Nineveh by the decree of the king and his nobles, saying,
Let neither man nor beast, herd or flock taste anything. Do not let them eat or drink water. But let man and beast be covered with sackcloth and cry mightily to God. Yes, let everyone turn from his evil way and from the violence that is in his hands. Who can tell if God will turn and relent and turn away from his fierce anger, so that we may not perish?
Then God saw their works, that they turned from their evil way. And God relented from the disaster that he had said he would bring upon them, and he did not do it. But it displeased Jonah exceedingly, and he became angry. So he prayed to the Lord and said,
Lord, wasn't this what I said when I was still in my country? Therefore I fled previously to Tarshish, for I know that you are a gracious and merciful God, slow to anger and abundant in loving kindness, one who relents from doing harm. Therefore now, O Lord, please take my life from me, for it is better for me to die than to live.
Then the Lord said,
Is it right for you to be angry?
So Jonah went out of the city and sat on the east side of the city. There he made himself a shelter and sat under it in the shade, till he might see what would become of the city. And the Lord God prepared a plant and made it come up over Jonah, that it might be shade for his head to deliver him from his misery. So Jonah was very grateful for the plant. But as morning dawned the next day, God prepared a worm, and it so damaged the plant that it withered. And it happened, when the sun arose, that God prepared a vehement east wind, and the sun beat on Jonah's head so that he grew faint. Then he wished death for himself and said,
It is better for me to not be alive than to live.
Then God said to Jonah,
Is it right for you to be angry about the plant?
It is right for me to be angry, even to death.
But the Lord said,
You have had pity on the plant for which you have not labored, nor made it grow, which came up in a night and perished in a night. And should I not pity Nineveh, that great city, in which there are more than 120,000 persons who cannot discern between their right hand and their left, and much livestock?
Obeying God's call can be difficult, but his mercy and love are boundless, even for those we think are beyond redemption.
You know, if you had told me back then, when I was running in the opposite direction, that I'd one day be standing here talking about grace and second chances, I would have laughed or argued. I was good at both, but I ran. I ran from God's voice, his calling. I boarded a ship thinking I could escape the creator of the seas by sailing on them. Foolish, right? But what I learned, first in the storm, then in the belly of that great fish, and finally in the heart of a city I didn't even want to save, is that you can't outrun God's purpose, but more importantly, you can't outrun his mercy. When I was sinking, God heard me. When I was drowning in pride, God corrected me. When I was sitting outside Nineveh, angry that God forgave people I thought didn't deserve it, he still spoke to me, gently, patiently. You see, this story, it's not really about a fish. It's about a father who loves cities full of sinners, a father who chases down stubborn prophets, a father who forgives, restores, and gives another chance, over and over again. I wanted judgment for Nineveh. God wanted mercy. I wanted to write people off. God wanted to write them in. So if you take anything from my story, let it be this. God's mercy is bigger than your mistake. His love runs deeper than your anger. And His calling, well, it's not just about where you're going. It's about who you're becoming. I was Jonah, a runner, a rebel, a reluctant messenger. But I was also chosen, redeemed, used by God, even when I didn't want to be. And if He can use someone like me, He can use someone like you too.
O Lord God, remember me, I pray. Strengthen me, I pray, just this once, O God, that I may with one blow take vengeance on the Philistines for my 2 eyes.
A long time ago, the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord delivered them into the hand of the Philistines for 40 years. Now there was a certain man from Zorah, of the family of the Danites, whose name was Manoah, and his wife was barren and had no children.
If only I can have my own child.
And the angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her,
Indeed, now you are barren and have borne no children, but you shall conceive and bear a son. Now therefore, please be careful not to drink wine or similar drink, and not to eat anything unclean. For behold, you shall conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall come upon his head, for the child shall be a Nazirite to God from the womb, and he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines.
So the woman came and told her husband, saying,
A man of God came to me, and his countenance was like the countenance of the angel of God, very awesome. But I did not ask him where he was from, and he did not tell me his name. And he said to me, Behold, you shall conceive and bear a son. Now drink no wine or similar drink, nor eat anything unclean, for the child shall be a Nazirite to God from the womb to the day of his death.
Then Manoah prayed to the Lord and said,
O my Lord, please let the man of God whom you sent come to us again, and teach us what we shall do for the child who will be born.
And God listened to the voice of Manoah, and the angel of God came to the woman again as she was sitting in the field. But Manoah, her husband, was not with her. Then the woman ran in haste and told her husband and said to him,
Look, the man who came to me the other day has just now appeared to me.
So Manoah arose and followed his wife. When he came to the man, he said to him,
Are you the man who spoke to this woman? I am. Now let your words come to pass. What will be the boy's rule of life and his work?
Of all that I said to the woman, let her be careful. She may not eat anything that comes from the vine, nor may she drink wine or similar drink, nor eat anything unclean. All that I commanded her, let her observe.
Please let us detain you, and we will prepare a young goat for you.
Though you detain me, I will not eat your food, but if you offer a burnt offering, you must offer it to the Lord.
For Manoah did not know he was the angel of the Lord. Then Manoah said to the angel of the Lord,
What is your name, that when your words come to pass we may honor you?
Why do you ask my name, seeing it is wonderful?
So Manoah took the young goat with the grain offering and offered it upon the rock to the Lord. And he did a wondrous thing while Manoah and his wife looked on. It happened as the flame went up toward heaven from the altar, the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar. When Manoah and his wife saw this, they fell on their faces to the ground. When the angel of the Lord appeared no more to Manoah and his wife, then Manoah knew that he was the angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to his wife,
we shall surely die, because we have seen God.
If the Lord had desired to kill us, he would not have accepted a burnt offering and a grain offering from our hands. Nor would he have shown us all these things, nor would he have told us such things as these at this time.
So the woman bore a son, and called his name Samson. And the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to move upon him at Mahanadan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. Now Samson went down to Timnah, and saw a woman in Timnah of the daughters of the Philistines. So he went up and told his father and mother, saying,
I have seen a woman in Timnah of the daughters of the Philistines. Now, therefore, get her for me as a wife.
Is there no woman among the daughters of your brethren, or among all my people, that you must go and get a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines?
Get her for me, for she pleases me well.
But his father and mother did not know that it was of the Lord, that he was seeking an occasion to move against the Philistines. For at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. So Samson went down to Timnah with his father and mother, and came to the vineyards of Timnah. Now, to his surprise, a young lion came roaring against him, and the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him. And he tore the lion apart as one would have torn apart a young goat, though he had nothing in his hand. But he did not tell his father or his mother what he had done. Then he went down and talked with the woman, and she pleased Samson well. After some time, when he returned to get her, he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion. And behold, a swarm of bees and honey were in the carcass of the lion. He took some of it in his hands and went along, eating. When he came to his father and mother, he gave some to them, and they also ate. But he did not tell them that he had taken the honey out of the carcass of the lion. So his father went down to the woman, and Samson gave a feast there. For young men used to do so. And it happened, when they saw him, that they brought 30 companions to be with him. Then Samson said to them,
Let me pose a riddle to you. If you can correctly solve and explain it to me within the 7 days of the feast, then I will give you 30 linen garments and 30 changes of clothing. But if you cannot explain it to me, then you shall give me 30 linen garments and 30 changes of clothing.
Pose your riddle that we may hear it.
Out of the eater came something to eat, and out of the strong came something sweet.
Now for 3 days they could not explain the riddle. But it came to pass on the 7th day that they said to Samson's wife,
Entice your husband, that he may explain the riddle to us, or else we will burn you and your father's house with fire. Have you invited us in order to take what is ours? Is that not so?
Then Samson's wife wept on him and said,
You only hate me. You do not love me. You have posed a riddle to the sons of my people, but you have not explained it to me.
Look, I have not explained it to my father or my mother. So should I explain it to you?
Now she had wept on him for 7 days, while their feast lasted. And it happened on the 7th day that he told her, because she pressed him so much. Then she explained the riddle to the sons of her people. So the men of the city said to him on the 7th day,
What is sweeter than honey? And what is stronger than a lion?
If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have solved my riddle.
Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon him mightily. And he went down to Ashkelon, and took the life of 30 of their men, took their apparel, and gave the changes of clothing to those who had explained the riddle. So his anger was aroused, and he went back up to his father's house. And Samson's wife was given to his companion, who had been his best man. After a while, in the time of wheat harvest, It happened that Samson visited his wife with a young goat, and he said,
"Let me go into my wife, into her room."
But her father would not permit him to go in.
I really thought that you thoroughly hated her. Therefore I gave her to your companion. Is not her younger sister better than she? Please, take her instead.
This time I shall be blameless regarding the Philistines if I harm them.
Then Samson went and caught 300 foxes, and he took torches, turned the foxes tail to tail, and put a torch between each pair of tails. When he had set the torches on fire, he let the foxes go into the standing grain of the Philistines, and burned up both the shocks and the standing grain, as well as the vineyards and olive groves. Then the Philistines said, "Who has done this?" And they answered, "Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he has taken his wife and given her to his companion." So the Philistines came up and burned her and her father with fire. Samson said to them,
"Since you would do a thing like this, I will surely take revenge on you, and after that I will cease."
So he attacked them hip and thigh with a great slaughter. Then he went down and dwelt in the cleft of the rock of Etam. Now the Philistines went up, encamped in Judah, and deployed themselves against Lehi. And the men of Judah said,
"Why have you come up against us?"
We have come up to arrest Samson, to do to him as he has done to us.
Then 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cleft of the rock of Etam, and said to Samson,
"Do you not know that the Philistines rule over us? What is this you have done to us?"
As they did to me, so I have done to them.
"We have come down to arrest you, that we may deliver you into the hand of the Philistines."
Swear to me that you will not take my life yourselves.
"No, but we will tie you securely and deliver you into their hand, but we will surely not take your life."
And they bound him with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the rock. When he came to Lehi, the Philistines came shouting against him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came mightily upon him, and the ropes that were on his arms became like flax that is burned with fire, and his bonds broke loose from his hands. He found a fresh jawbone of a donkey, reached out his hand and took it, and killed 1,000 men with it. Then Samson said,
"With the jawbone of a donkey, heaps upon heaps, with the jawbone of a donkey, I have slain 1,000 men."
And so it was, when he had finished speaking, that he threw the jawbone from his hand and called that place Ramath Lehi. Then he became very thirsty. So he cried out to the Lord and said,
"You have given this great deliverance by the hand of your servant. And now shall I die of thirst and fall into the hand of the uncircumcised."
So God split the hollow place that is in Lehi, and water came out, and he drank, and his spirit returned, and he revived. Therefore he called its name En-Hakkore, which is in Lehi to this day. Now Samson went to Gaza and saw a harlot there, and went into her. When the Gazites were told, "Samson has come here," they surrounded the place and lay in wait for him all night at the gate of the city. They were quiet all night, saying,
"In the morning, when it is daylight, we will take his life."
And Samson lay low till midnight. Then he arose at midnight, took hold of the doors of the gate of the city and the 2 gateposts, pulled them up, bar and all, put them on his shoulders, and carried them to the top of the hill that faces Hebron. Afterward it happened that he loved a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. And the lords of the Philistines came up to her and said to her,
"Entice him, and find out where his great strength lies, and by what means we may overpower him, that we may bind him to afflict him. And every one of us will give you 1,100 pieces of silver."
So Delilah said to Samson,
"Please tell me where your great strength lies, and with what you may be bound to afflict you."
"If they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings, not yet dried, then I shall become weak, and be like any other man.
So the lords of the Philistines brought up to her 7 fresh bowstrings, not yet dried, and she bound him with them. Now men were lying in wait, staying with her in the room. And she said to him,
"The Philistines are upon you, Samson!"
But he broke the bowstrings as a strand of yarn breaks when it touches fire. So the secret of his strength was not known. Then Delilah said to Samson,
"Look, you have mocked me and told me lies. Now please tell me what you may be bound with."
If they bind me securely with new ropes that have never been used, then I shall become weak and be like any other man.
Therefore Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them, and said to him,
"The Philistines are upon you, Samson!"
But he broke them off his arms like a thread. Delilah said to Samson,
"Until now you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me what you may be bound with."
If you weave the 7 locks of my head into the web of the loom.
So she wove it tightly with the batten of the loom, and said to him,
"The Philistines are upon you, Samson!"
But he awoke from his sleep and pulled out the batten and the web from the loom. Then she said to him,
"How can you say I love you when your heart is not with me? You have mocked me these 3 times and have not told me where your great strength lies."
And it came to pass, when she pestered him daily with her words, and pressed him, so that his soul was vexed to death, that he told her all his heart, and said to her,
No razor has ever come upon my head, for I have been a Nazirite to God from my mother's womb. If I am shaven, then my strength will leave me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man.
When Delilah saw that he had told her all his heart, she sent and called for the lords of the Philistines, saying,
"Come up once more, for he has told me all his heart."
So the lords of the Philistines came up to her and brought the money in their hand. Then she lulled him to sleep on her knees, and called for a man, and had him shave off the 7 locks of his head. Then she began to torment him, and his strength left him. And she said,
"The Philistines are upon you, Samson!"
So he awoke from his sleep and said,
I will go out as before, at other times, and shake myself free.
But he did not know that the Lord had departed from him. Then the Philistines took him and put out his eyes and brought him down to Gaza. They bound him with bronze fetters, and he became a grinder in the prison. However, the hair of his head began to grow again after it had been shaven. Now the lords of the Philistines gathered together to offer a great sacrifice to Dagon their god, and to rejoice. And they said,
Our God has delivered into our hands Samson, our enemy.
When the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said,
Our God has delivered into our hands our enemy, the destroyer of our land, and the one who multiplied our debt.
So it happened, when their hearts were merry, that they said,
Call for Samson, that he may perform for us.
So they called for Samson from the prison, and he performed for them. And they stationed him between the pillars. Then Samson said to the lad who held him by the hand,
Let me feel the pillars which support the temple, so that I can lean on them.
Now the temple was full of men and women. All the lords of the Philistines were there. about 3,000 men and women on the roof watching while Samson performed. Then Samson called to the Lord, saying,
O Lord God, remember me, I pray. Strengthen me, I pray, just this once, O God, that I may with one blow take vengeance on the Philistines for my 2 eyes.
And Samson took hold of the 2 middle pillars, which supported the temple, and he braced himself against them, one on his right and the other on his left. Then Samson said, Let me die with the Philistines. And he pushed with all his might, and the temple fell on the lords and all the people who were in it. So the lives he took at his death were more than he had taken in his life. And his brothers and all his father's household came down and took him and brought him up and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the tomb of his father Manoah. He had judged Israel 20 years.
I made one choice that changed everything. I followed a grieving widow into a foreign land. No money, no plan, no idea what was waiting for me, but I ended up in a random field. And trust me, you're not gonna believe how this story ends.
Many years ago, in the days when the judges ruled, there was a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to dwell in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. The name of the man was Elimelech. The name of his wife was Naomi. And the names of his 2 sons were Mahlon and Chilion. And they went to the country of Moab and remained there. Then Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died. And she was left, and her 2 sons. Now they took wives of the women of Moab. The name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth. And they dwelt there for about 10 years. Then both Mahlon and Chilion also died. So the woman survived her 2 sons and her husband. Then she arose with her daughters-in-law, that she might return from the country of Moab. For she had heard in the country of Moab that the Lord had visited his people by giving them bread. Therefore she went out from the place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and they went on the way to return to the land of Judah. And Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law,
Go, return each to her mother's house. The Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant that you may find rest, each in the house of her husband.
So she kissed them, and they lifted up their voices and wept. And they said to her,
Surely we will return with you to your people.
But Naomi said,
Turn back, my daughters. Why will you go with me? Are there still sons in my womb, that they may be your husbands? Turn back, my daughters, go, for I am too old to have a husband. If I should say I have hope, if I should have a husband tonight, and should also bear sons, would you wait for them till they are grown? Would you restrain yourselves from having husbands? No, my daughters, for it grieves me very much for your sakes that the hand of the Lord has gone out against me.
Then they lifted up their voices and wept again. And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clung to her. And she said,
Look, your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Return after your sister-in-law.
But Ruth said,
Entreat me not to leave you, or to turn back from following after you. For wherever you go, I will go, and wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts you and me.
Though the path ahead's unclear and storms may come our way, there's one thing I know for sure: where you are, I'll stay. Where you go, I will follow through the highs and lows. Your God will be my God now, that's the path I chose.
Now the two of them went until they came to Bethlehem. And it happened, when they had come to Bethlehem, that all the city was excited because of them. And the women said,
"Is this Naomi?"
But she said to them,
"Do not call me Naomi. Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home again empty. Why do you call me Naomi, since the Lord has testified against me, and the Almighty has afflicted me?"
So Naomi returned, and Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, with her, who returned from the country of Moab. Now they came to Bethlehem at the beginning of barley harvest. There was a relative of Naomi's husband, a man of great wealth, of the family of Elimelech. His name was Boaz. So Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi,
"Please let me go to the field and glean heads of grain after him, in whose sight I may find favor."
"Go, my daughter."
Then she left and went and gleaned in the field after the reapers. And she happened to come to the part of the field belonging to Boaz, who was of the family of Elimelech. Now behold, Boaz came from Bethlehem and said to the reapers,
"The Lord be with you."
And they answered him, "The Lord bless you." Then Boaz said to his servant, who was in charge of the reapers,
"Whose young woman is this?"
So the servant who was in charge of the reapers answered and said,
"It is the young Moabite woman who came back with Naomi from the country of Moab." And she said, "Please let me glean and gather after the reapers among the sheaves." So she came, and has continued from morning until now, though she rested a little in the house.
Then Boaz said to Ruth,
"You will listen, my daughter, will you not? Do not go to glean in another field, nor go from here, but stay close by my young women. Let your eyes be on the field which they reap, and go after them. Have I not commanded the young men not to touch you? And when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink from what the young men have drawn."
"Why have I found favor in your eyes, that you should take notice of me, since I am a foreigner?"
It has been fully reported to me, all that you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, and how you have left your father and your mother and the land of your birth, and have come to a people whom you did not know before. The Lord repay your work, and a full reward be given you by the Lord God of Israel, under whose wings you have come for refuge.
"Let me find favor in your sight, my lord, for you have comforted me, and have spoken kindly to your maidservant, though I am not like one of your maidservants."
Now Boaz said to her at mealtime,
"Come here and eat of the bread, and dip your piece of bread in the vinegar."
So she sat beside the reapers, and he passed parched grain to her. And she ate and was satisfied, and kept some back. And when she rose up to glean, Boaz commanded his young men, saying,
"Let her glean even among the sheaves, and do not reproach her. Also let grain from the bundles fall purposely for her. Leave it that she may glean, and do not rebuke her."
So she gleaned in the field until evening, and beat out what she had gleaned, and it was about an ephah of barley. Then she took it up and went into the city, and her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned. So she brought out and gave to her what she had kept back after she had been satisfied. And her mother-in-law said to her,
"Where have you gleaned today, and where did you work? Blessed be the one who took notice of you."
"The man's name with whom I work today is Boaz."
"Blessed be the Lord, who has not forsaken his kindness to the living and the dead."
And Naomi said to her,
"This man is a relation of ours, one of our close relatives."
He also said to me, "You shall stay close by my young men until they have finished all my harvest."
"It is good, my daughter, that you go out with his young women, and that people do not meet you in any other field."
So she stayed close by the young women of Boaz, to glean until the end of barley harvest and wheat harvest. And she dwelt with her mother-in-law. Then Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her,
"My daughter, shall I not seek security for you, that it may be well with you? Now Boaz, whose young women you were with, is he not our relative? In fact, he is winnowing barley tonight at the threshing floor. Therefore, wash yourself and anoint yourself. Put on your best garment and go down to the threshing floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. Then it shall be, when he lies down, that you shall notice the place where he lies, and you shall go in, uncover his feet, and lie down, and he will tell you what you should do.
All that you say to me I will do.
So she went down to the threshing floor and did according to all that her mother-in-law instructed her. And after Boaz had eaten and drunk, and his heart was cheerful, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. And she came softly, uncovered his feet, and lay down. Now it happened at midnight that the man was startled and turned himself, and there a woman was lying at his feet. And he said,
Who are you?
I am Ruth, your maidservant. Take your maidservant under your wing, for you are a close relative.
Blessed are you of the Lord, my daughter, for you have shown more kindness at the end than at the beginning, in that you did not go after young men, whether poor or rich. And now, my daughter, do not fear. I will do for you all that you request, for all the people of my town know that you are a virtuous woman. Now it is true that I am a close relative. However, there is a relative closer than I. Stay this night, and in the morning it shall be that if he will perform the duty of a close relative for you, good, let him do it. But if he does not want to perform the duty for you, then I will perform the duty for you, as the Lord lives. Lie down until morning.
So she lay at his feet until morning, and she arose before one could recognize another. Then he said,
Do not let it be known that the woman came to the threshing floor. Bring the shawl that is on you and hold it.
And when she held it, he measured 6 ephahs of barley and laid it on her. Then she went into the city. When she came to her mother-in-law, she said,
Is that you, my daughter?
Then she told her all that the man had done for her.
These 6 ephahs of barley he gave me, for he said to me, Do not go empty-handed to your mother-in-law.
Sit still, my daughter, until you know how the matter will turn out, for the man will not rest until he has concluded the matter this day.
Now Boaz went up to the gate and sat down there. And behold, the close relative of whom Boaz had spoken came by. So Boaz said,
Come aside, friend, sit down here.
And he took 10 men of the elders of the city, and said,
Sit down here.
So they sat down. Then he said to the close relative,
Naomi, who has come back from the country of Moab, sold the piece of land which belonged to our brother Elimelech. And I thought to inform you, saying, Buy it back in the presence of the inhabitants and the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not redeem it, then tell me, that I may know. For there is no one but you to redeem it, and I am next after you.
And he said,
I will redeem it.
On the day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you must also buy it from Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of the dead, to perpetuate the name of the dead through his inheritance.
And the close relative said,
I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I ruin my own inheritance. You redeem my right of redemption for yourself, for I cannot redeem it.
Now this was the custom in former times in Israel concerning redeeming and exchanging. To confirm anything, one man took off his sandal and gave it to the other. And this was a confirmation in Israel. Therefore the close relative said to Boaz, So he took off his sandal. And Boaz said to the elders and all the people,
You are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Elimelech's, and all that was Chilion's and Mahlon's, from the hand of Naomi. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, the widow of Mahlon, I have acquired as my wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead through his inheritance, that the name of the dead may not be cut off from among his brethren and from his position at the gate. You are witnesses this day.
And all the people who were at the gate and the elders said,
We are witnesses. The Lord make the woman who is coming to your house like Rachel and Leah, the two who built the house of Israel, and may you prosper in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. May your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, because of the offspring which the Lord will give you from this young woman.
So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. The Lord blessed her, and she gave birth to a son. The women said to Naomi,
Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a guardian redeemer. May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth.
Naomi took the child in her arms and cared for him. He was named Obed. He was the father of Jesse, the father of David. So Ruth and Boaz's union resulted in the birth of Obed, who would become the grandfather of King David, a direct ancestor of Jesus Christ. Thus, Ruth's story became intertwined with the lineage of King David, a testament to her faithfulness, loyalty, and the blessings that come from trusting in the Lord.
I never imagined that brokenness could lead to such beauty. I came here with nothing. I buried my past. I walked beside Naomi with only love in my heart and faith in a God I barely knew. And still, he saw me. When I bent low to gather grain, I didn't know he was gathering pieces of my heart to restore me. I was a foreigner, unknown and unworthy, but the God of Israel called me daughter. He lifted my head, gave me a home, and placed his promise in my womb. So if you're watching this and your heart feels heavy, please remember this. Your story isn't over. The same God who found me in the field can find you wherever you are. Stay faithful. Stay kind. Even in the shadows, keep walking, because the Redeemer lives, and he writes the most beautiful endings.
This isn't just a story of animals and water. It's a story of obedience, of faith when the world laughs, of judgment and hope floating on wood. I am Noah, and this is how the flood began.
A long time ago, the wickedness of man was great on the earth. The Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And the Lord was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart. So the Lord said,
I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, creeping thing, and birds of the air, for I am sorry that I have made them.
But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Noah was a just man, perfect in his generations, and he walked with God. He had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence.
Get that camera out of my face before I smash it to pieces.
So God looked upon the earth, and indeed it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And God said to Noah,
The end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make rooms in the ark, and cover it inside and outside with pitch. And this is how you shall make it. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, its width 50 cubits, and its height 30 cubits. You shall make a window for the ark, and you shall finish it to a cubit from above, and set the door of the ark in its side. You shall make it with lower, second, and third decks. And behold, I myself am bringing floodwaters on the earth, to destroy from under heaven all flesh in which is the breath of life. Everything that is on the earth shall die, but I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall go into the ark, you, your sons, your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And of every living thing of all flesh you shall bring 2 of every sort into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female. of the birds after their kind, of animals after their kind, and of every creeping thing of the earth after its kind. 2 of every kind will come to you to keep them alive, and you shall take for yourself of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to yourself, and it shall be food for you and for them.
Thus Noah did, according to all that God commanded him, so he did. Then the Lord said to Noah,
Come into the ark, you and all your household, because I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. You shall take with you 7 each of every clean animal, a male and his female, 2 each of animals that are unclean, a male and his female. Also 7 each of birds of the air, male and female, to keep the species alive on the face of all the earth. For after 7 more days I will cause it to rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and I will destroy from the face of the earth all living things that I have made.
And Noah did according to all that the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters were on the earth. So Noah, with his sons, his wife, and his sons' wives, went into the ark because of the waters of the flood, of clean animals, of animals that are unclean, of birds, and of everything that creeps on the earth. 2 by 2 they went into the ark to Noah, male and female, as God had commanded Noah. And it came to pass, after 7 days, that the waters of the flood were on the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On the very same day Noah and Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons with them, entered the ark, they and every beast after its kind, all cattle after their kind, every creeping thing that creeps on the earth after its kind, and every bird after its kind, every bird of every sort. And they went into the ark to Noah 2 by 2, of all flesh in which is the breath of life. So those that entered, male and female of all flesh, went in as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. Now the flood was on the earth for 40 days. The waters increased and lifted up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. The waters prevailed and greatly increased on the earth, and the ark moved about on the surface of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly on the earth, and all the high hills under the whole heaven were covered. The waters prevailed 15 cubits upward, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved on the earth, birds and cattle and beasts, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of the Spirit of life. All that was on the dry land died. So he destroyed all living things which were on the face of the ground, both man and cattle, creeping things and birds of the air. They were destroyed from the earth. Only Noah and those who were with him in the ark remained alive, and the waters prevailed on the earth for 150 days. Then God remembered Noah and every living thing, and all the animals that were with him in the ark. And God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters subsided. The fountains of the deep and the windows of heaven were also stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters receded continually from the earth. At the end of the 150 days, the waters decreased. Then the ark rested in the 7th month, the 17th day of the month, on the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. So it came to pass, at the end of 40 days, that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made. Then he sent out a raven, which kept going to and fro until the waters had dried up from the earth. He also sent out from himself a dove to see if the waters had receded from the face of the ground. But the dove found no resting place for the sole of her foot, and she returned into the ark to him. For the waters were on the face of the whole earth. So he put out his hand and took her, and drew her into the ark to himself. And he waited yet another 7 days, and again he sent the dove out from the ark. Then the dove came to him in the evening, and behold, a freshly plucked olive leaf was in her mouth. And Noah knew that the waters had receded from the earth. So he waited yet another 7 days and sent out the dove, which did not return again to him anymore. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, that the waters were dried up from the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark and looked, and indeed the surface of the ground was dry. And in the second month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth was dried. Then God spoke to Noah, saying,
Go out of the ark, you and your wife, and your sons and your sons' wives with you. Bring out with you every living thing of all flesh that is with you, birds and cattle and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, so that they may abound on the earth, and be fruitful and multiply on the earth.
So Noah went out, and his sons and his wife and his sons' wives with him. Every animal, every creeping thing, every bird, and whatever creeps on the earth, according to their families, went out of the ark. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and took of every clean animal and of every clean bird, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a soothing aroma. Then the Lord said in his heart,
I will never again curse the ground for man's sake, although the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Nor will I again destroy every living thing as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease.
So God blessed Noah and his sons, and said to them,
Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth, and the fear of you and the dread of you shall be on every beast of the earth, on every bird of the air, on all that move on the earth, and on all the fish of the sea. They are given into your hand. Every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. I have given you all things, even as the green herbs. But you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is, its blood. Surely for your lifeblood I will demand a reckoning. From the hand of every beast I will require it, and from the hand of man. From the hand of every man's brother I will require the life of man. Whoever sheds man's blood, by man his blood shall be shed. For in the image of God he made man. And as for you, be fruitful and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth and multiply in it. And as for me, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your descendants after you, and with every living creature that is with you, the birds, the cattle, and every beast of the earth with you, of all that go out of the ark, every beast of the earth. Thus I establish my covenant with you. Never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of the flood. Never again shall there be a flood to destroy the earth. This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. I set my rainbow in the cloud, and it shall be for the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. It shall be when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the rainbow shall be seen in the cloud, and I will remember my covenant which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. The waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. The rainbow shall be in the cloud, and I will look on it to remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is on the earth.
I once lived in a world full of noise, of pride, greed, and wickedness. A world that laughed at the thought of judgment and mocked the voice of God. But I heard him, and I obeyed, even when I didn't understand. This ark, it's not just a boat, it's a symbol of God's justice, yes, but also of his mercy. He didn't have to warn us. He didn't have to save me and my family. But he did, because he still wanted a relationship with mankind. Let this story be a warning, but let it also be a promise. When the world drowns in sin, there is always an ark of grace. If you'll listen, if you'll trust, if you'll obey. Don't wait for the storm to believe. Build your faith now, plank by plank. Because the next time judgment comes, it won't be by water, but mercy. Mercy is still calling. I am Noah, a man who chose to believe when no one else would. Now it's your turn. Rise, listen, and walk with God.
Many years ago, in the days when King Saul ruled, the Israelites were at war with the Philistines. Now the Philistines gathered their armies together to battle and were gathered at Socho, which belongs to Judah. They encamped between Socho and Azekah in Ephes-Dammim. And Saul and the men of Israel were gathered together, and they encamped in the valley of Elah, and drew up in battle array against the Philistines. The Philistines stood on a mountain on one side, and Israel stood on a mountain on the other side, with a valley between them. And a champion went out from the camp of the Philistines, named Goliath, from Gath, whose height was over 9 feet. He had a bronze helmet on his head, and he was armed with a coat of mail, and the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of bronze. And he had bronze armor on his legs and a bronze javelin between his shoulders. Now the staff of his spear was like a weaver's beam, and his iron spearhead weighed 600 shekels, and a shield-bearer went before him. Then he stood and cried out to the armies of Israel and said to them,
Why have you come out to line up for battle? Am I not a Philistine, and you the servants of Saul? Choose a man for yourselves, and let him come down to me. If he is able to fight with me and slay me, then we will be your servants. But if I prevail against him and slay him, then you shall be our servants and serve us. I defy the armies of Israel this day. Give me a man, that we may fight together.
When Saul and all Israel heard these words of the Philistine, they were dismayed and greatly afraid. Now David was the son of that Ephrathite of Bethlehem, Judah, whose name was Jesse, and who had 8 sons. And the man was old, advanced in years. The 3 oldest sons of Jesse had gone to follow Saul to the battle. The names of his 3 sons who went to the battle were Eliab the firstborn, next to him Abinadab, and the third Shammah. David was the youngest, and the 3 oldest followed Saul. But David occasionally went and returned from Saul to feed his father's sheep at Bethlehem. And the Philistine drew near and presented himself 40 days, morning and evening.
I defy the armies of Israel this day.
Then Jesse said to his son David,
Take now for your brothers an ephah of this dried grain and these 10 loaves, and run to your brothers at the camp, and carry these 10 cheeses to the captain of their 1,000, and see how your brothers fare, and bring back news of them.
So David rose early in the morning, left the sheep with a keeper, and took the things and went as Jesse had commanded him. And he came to the camp as the army was going out to the fight and shouting for the battle. For Israel and the Philistines had drawn up in battle array, army against army. And David left his supplies in the hand of the supply keeper, ran to the army, and came and greeted his brothers. Then, as he talked with them, there was the champion, the Philistine of Gath, Goliath by name, coming up from the armies of the Philistines, and he spoke according to the same words.
I defy the armies of Israel this day. Give me a man, that we may fight together.
So David heard them.
I defy the armies of Israel this day.
And all the men of Israel, when they saw the man, fled from him and were dreadfully afraid. So the men of Israel said,
Have you seen this man who has come up? Surely he has come up to defy Israel. And it shall be that the man who kills him, the king will enrich with great riches, will give him his daughter, and give his father's house exemption from taxes in Israel.
Then David spoke to the men who stood by him, saying,
What shall be done for the man who slays this Philistine and takes away the reproach from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should defy the armies of the living God?
And the people answered him. Now Eliab, his oldest brother, heard when he spoke to the men, and Eliab's anger was aroused against David.
Why did you come down here? And with whom have you left those few sheep in the wilderness? I know your pride and the insolence of your heart, for you have come down to see the battle.
What have I done now? Is there not a cause?
Then he turned from him toward another, and said the same thing. And these people answered him as the first ones did. Now when the words which David spoke were heard, they reported them to Saul, and he sent for him. Then David said to Saul,
Let no man's heart fail because of him. Your servant will go and fight with this Philistine.
And Saul said to David,
You are not able to go against this Philistine to fight with him, for you are a youth, and he was a man of war from his youth.
Your servant used to keep his father's sheep, and when a lion or a bear came and took a lamb out of the flock, I went out after it and struck it, and delivered the lamb from its mouth. And when it arose against me, I caught it by its beard, and struck and killed it. Your servant has killed both lion and bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, seeing he has defied the armies of the living God. The Lord, who delivered me from the paw of the lion and from the paw of the bear, he will deliver me from the hand of this Philistine.
Go, and the Lord be with you.
So Saul clothed David with his armor, and he put a bronze helmet on his head. David fastened his sword to his armor and tried to walk, for he had not tested them. And David said to Saul,
I cannot walk with these, for I have not tested them.
So David took them off. Then he took his staff in his hand, and he chose for himself 5 smooth stones from the brook, and put them in a shepherd's bag, in a pouch which he had, and his sling was in his hand. And he drew near to the Philistine. So the Philistine came, and began drawing near to David. And when the Philistine looked about and saw David, he disdained him, for he was only a youth. So the Philistine said to David,
Am I a dog that you come to me with sticks?
And the Philistine cursed David by his gods.
Come to me, and I will give your flesh to the birds of the air and the beasts of the field.
You come to me with a sword, with a spear, and with a javelin. But I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day the Lord will deliver you into my hand, and I will strike you and take your head from you. And this day I will give the carcasses of the camp of the Philistines to the birds of the air and the wild beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel. Then all this assembly shall know that the Lord does not save with sword and spear, for the battle is the Lord's, and he will give you into our hands.
So it was, when the Philistine arose and came and drew near to meet David, that David hurried and ran toward the army to meet the Philistine. Then David put his hand in his bag and took out a stone. And he slung it and struck the Philistine in his forehead, so that the stone sank into his forehead, and he fell on his face to the earth. But there was no sword in the hand of David. Therefore David ran and stood over the Philistine, took his sword, and drew it out of its sheath and killed him, and cut off his head with it.
I didn't raise a hero. I raised a boy who loved his God, and God made him a hero. If you remember anything from today, remember this. It's not the size of the stone. It's the strength of the Spirit behind it. And no heart is too small when it belongs fully to God.
The Lord is with you, you mighty men of valor.
A long time ago, the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord. So the Lord delivered them into the hand of Midian for 7 years, and the hand of Midian prevailed against Israel. Because of the Midianites, the children of Israel made for themselves the dens, the caves, and the strongholds which are in the mountains. So it was, whenever Israel had sown, Midianites would come up. Also, Amalekites and the people of the east would come up against them. Then they would encamp against them and destroy the produce of the earth as far as Gaza, and leave no sustenance for Israel, neither sheep nor ox nor donkey. For they would come up with their livestock and their tents, coming in as numerous as locusts. Both they and their camels were without number, and they would enter the land to destroy it. So Israel was greatly impoverished because of the Midianites, and the children of Israel cried out to the Lord.
I humbly come before you.
And it came to pass, when the children of Israel cried out to the Lord because of the Midianites, that the Lord sent a prophet to the children of Israel, who said to them,
Thus says the Lord God of Israel, I brought you up from Egypt, and brought you out of the house of bondage, and I delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of all who oppressed you, and drove them out before you, and gave you their land. Also I said to you, I am the Lord your God. Do not fear the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But you have not obeyed my voice.
Now the angel of the Lord came and sat under the terebinth tree, which was in Ophrah, which belonged to Joash the Abiezrite, while his son Gideon threshed wheat in the winepress, in order to hide it from the Midianites. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him and said to him,
The Lord is with you, you mighty men of valor.
O my Lord, if the Lord is with us, why then has all this happened to us? And where are all his miracles which our fathers told us about, saying, Did not the Lord bring us up from Egypt? But now the Lord has forsaken us and delivered us into the hands of the Midianites.
Go in this might of yours, and you shall save Israel from the hand of the Midianites. Have I not sent you?
O my Lord, how can I save Israel? Indeed, my clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house.
Surely I will be with you, and you shall defeat the Midianites as one man.
If now I have found favor in your sight, then show me a sign that it is you who talk with me. Do not depart from here, I pray, until I come to you and bring out my offering and set it before you.
I will wait until you come back.
So Gideon went in and prepared a young goat, and unleavened bread from an ephah of flour. The meat he put in a basket, and he put the broth in a pot. And he brought them out to him under the terebinth tree and presented them. The angel of God said to him,
Take the meat and the unleavened bread and lay them on this rock and pour out the broth.
And he did so. Then the angel of the Lord put out the end of the staff that was in his hand and touched the meat and the unleavened bread. and fire rose out of the rock and consumed the meat and the unleavened bread. And the angel of the Lord departed out of his sight. Now Gideon perceived that he was the angel of the Lord. So Gideon said,
Alas, O Lord God, for I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face.
Then the Lord said to him,
Peace be with you. Do not fear. You shall not lose your life.
So Gideon built an altar there to the Lord and called it, The Lord is Peace. To this day it is still in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. Now it came to pass the same night that the Lord said to him,
Take your father's young bull, the second bull of 7 years old, and tear down the altar of Baal that your father has, and cut down the wooden image that is beside it, and build an altar to the Lord your God on top of this rock in the proper arrangement. And take the second bull, and offer a burnt sacrifice with the wood of the image which you shall cut down.
So Gideon took 10 men from among his servants, and did as the Lord had said to him. But because he feared his father's household and the men of the city too much to do it by day, he did it by night. And when the men of the city arose early in the morning, there was the altar of Baal torn down, and the wooden image that was beside it was cut down, and the second bull was being offered on the altar which had been built. So they said to one another,
Who has done this thing?
And when they had inquired and asked, they said, Gideon, the son of Joash, has done this thing. Then the men of the city said to Joash,
Bring out your son, that he may lose his life, because he has torn down the altar of Baal, and because he has cut down the wooden image that was beside it.
But Joash said to all who stood against him,
Would you plead for Baal? Would you save him? Let the one who would plead for him be put to death by morning. If he is a god, let him plead for himself, because his altar has been torn down.
Therefore on that day he called him Jerubbaal, saying, Let Baal plead against him, because he has torn down his altar. Then all the Midianites and Amalekites, the people of the east, gathered together, and they crossed over and encamped in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon. Then he blew the trumpet, and the Abiezrites gathered behind him. And he sent messengers throughout all Manasseh, who also gathered behind him. He also sent messengers to Asher, Zebulun, and Naphtali, and they came up to meet them. So Gideon said to God,
If you will save Israel by my hand as you have said, look, I shall put a fleece of wool on the threshing floor. If there is dew on the fleece only, and it is dry on all the ground, then I shall know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you have said.
And it was so. When he rose early the next morning and squeezed the fleece together, he wrung the dew out of the fleece, a bowl full of water. Then Gideon said to God,
Do not be angry with me, but let me speak just once more. Let me test, I pray, just once more with the fleece. Let it now be dry only on the fleece, but on all the ground let there be dew.
And God did so that night. It was dry on the fleece only, but there was dew on all the ground. Then Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, and all the people who were with him, rose early and encamped beside the well of Harod, so that the camp of the Midianites was on the north side of them, by the hill of Moreh in the valley. And the Lord said to Gideon,
The people who are with you are too many for me to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel claim glory for itself against me, saying, My own hand has saved me. Now therefore, proclaim in the hearing of the people, saying, Whoever is fearful and afraid, let him turn and depart at once from Mount Gilead.
And 22,000 of the people returned, and 10,000 remained. But the Lord said to Gideon,
The people are still too many. Bring them down to the water, and I will test them for you there. Then it will be that of whom I say to you, this one shall go with you, the same shall go with you, and of whomever I say to you, this one shall not go with you, the same shall not go.
So he brought the people down to the water, and the Lord said to Gideon,
Everyone who laps from the water with his tongue, as a dog laps, you shall set apart by himself. Likewise, everyone who gets down on his knees to drink.
And the number of those who lapped, putting their hand to their mouth, was 300 men. But all the rest of the people got down on their knees to drink water. Then the Lord said to Gideon,
By the 300 men who lapped I will save you, and deliver the Midianites into your hand. Let all the other people go, every man to his place.
So the people took provisions and their trumpets in their hands. And he sent away all the rest of Israel, every man to his tent, and retained those 300 men. Now the camp of Midian was below him in the valley. It happened on the same night that the Lord said to him,
Arise, go down against the camp, for I have delivered it into your hand. But if you are afraid to go down to the camp with Purah your servant, and you shall hear what they say, and afterward your hands shall be strengthened to go down against the camp.
Then he went down with Purah his servant to the outpost of the armed men who were in the camp. Now the Midianites and Amalekites, all the people of the east, were lying in the valley as numerous as locusts, and their camels were without number, as the sand by the seashore in multitude. And when Gideon had come, there was a man telling a dream to his companion. He said,
I have had a dream. To my surprise, a loaf of barley bread tumbled into the camp of Midian. It came to a tent and struck it, so that it fell and overturned, and the tent collapsed.
This is nothing else but the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel. Into his hand God has delivered Midian and the whole camp.
And so it was, when Gideon heard the telling of the dream and its interpretation, that he worshipped. He returned to the camp of Israel and said,
Arise, for the Lord has delivered the camp of Midian into your hand.
Then he divided the 300 men into 3 companies, and he put a trumpet into every man's hand, with empty pitchers and torches inside the pitchers. And he said to them,
Look at me and do likewise. Watch, and when I come to the edge of the camp, you shall do as I do. When I blow the trumpet, I and all who are with me, then you also blow the trumpets on every side of the whole camp, and say, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon.
So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outpost of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, just as they had posted the watch. And they blew the trumpets and broke the pitchers that were in their hands. Then the 3 companies blew the trumpets and broke the pitchers. They held the torches in their left hands and the trumpets in their right hands for blowing. And they cried,
The sword of the Lord and of Gideon.
And every man stood in his place all around the camp. And the whole army ran and cried out and fled. When the 300 blew the trumpets, the Lord set every man's sword against his companion throughout the whole camp. And the army fled to Beth Acacia, toward Zerera, as far as the border of Abel Maholah, by Tabbath. And the men of Israel gathered together from Naphtali, Asher, and all Manasseh, and pursued the Midianites. Then Gideon sent messengers throughout all the mountains of Ephraim, saying,
Come down against the Midianites, and seize from them the watering places as far as Beth-barah and the Jordan.
Then all the men of Ephraim gathered together and seized the watering places as far as Beth-barah and the Jordan. And they captured 2 princes of the Midianites, Oreb and Zeb. They took the life of Oreb at the rock of Oreb, and took the life of Zeb at the winepress of Zeb. They pursued Midian and brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon on the other side of the Jordan. Now the men of Ephraim said to him,
Why have you done this to us by not calling us when you went to fight with the Midianites?
What have I done now in comparison with you? Is not the gleaning of the grapes of Ephraim better than the vintage of Abiezer? God has delivered into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeeb. And what was I able to do in comparison with you?
Then their anger toward him subsided when he said that. When Gideon came to the Jordan, he and the 300 men who were with him crossed over, exhausted but still in pursuit. Then he said to the men of Succoth,
Please give loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are exhausted, and I am pursuing Zebah and Zalmunna, kings of Midian.
And the leaders of Succoth said,
Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your army?
For this cause, when the Lord has delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my hand, then I will tear your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with briars.
Then he went up from there to Penuel, and spoke to them in the same way. And the men of Penuel answered him as the men of Succoth had answered. So he also spoke to the men of Penuel, saying,
When I come back in peace, I will tear down this tower.
Now Zebah and Zalmunna were at Karkor, and their armies with them, about 15,000, all who were left of all the army of the people of the east. For 120,000 men who drew the sword had fallen. Then Gideon went up by the road of those who dwell in tents on the east of Nobah and Jogbehah, and he attacked the army while the camp felt secure. When Zebah and Zalmunna fled, he pursued them, and he took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and routed the whole army. Then Gideon the son of Joash returned from battle, from the ascent of Heres. And he caught a young man of the men of Succoth, and interrogated him. And he wrote down for him the leaders of Succoth, and its elders, 77 men. Then he came to the men of Succoth and said,
Here are Zebah and Zalmunna, about whom you ridiculed me, saying, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your weary men?
And he took the elders of the city, and thorns of the wilderness, and briars, and with them he taught the men of Succoth. Then he tore down the tower of Penuel, and took the lives of the men of the city. And he said to Zebah and Zalmunna,
What kind of men were they whose lives you took at Tabor?
As you are, so were they. Each one resembled the son of a king.
They were my brothers, the sons of my mother. As the Lord lives, if you had let them live, I would not take your life.
And he said to Jether, his firstborn,
Rise, take their lives.
But the youth would not draw his sword, for he was afraid because he was still a youth. So Zebah and Zalmunna said,
Rise yourself and take our lives, for as a man is, so is his strength.
So Gideon arose and took the lives of Zebah and Zalmunna, and took the crescent ornaments that were on their camels' necks. Then the men of Israel said to Gideon,
Rule over us, both you and your son, and your grandson also, for you have delivered us from the hand of Midian.
I will not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you. The Lord shall rule over you. I would like to make a request of you, that each of you would give me the earrings from his plunder.
For they had golden earrings, because they were Ishmaelites. So they answered,
We will gladly give them.
And they spread out a garment, and each man threw into it the earrings from his plunder. Now the weight of the gold earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, besides the crescent ornaments, pendants, and purple robes which were on the kings of Midian, and besides the chains that were around their camels' necks. Then Gideon made it into an ephod and set it up in his city, Ophrah, and all Israel played the harlot with it there. It became a snare to Gideon and to his house. Thus Midian was subdued before the children of Israel, so that they lifted their heads no more, and the country was quiet for 40 years in the days of Gideon. Gideon had 70 sons who were his own offspring, for he had many wives. And his concubine who was in Shechem also bore him a son, whose name he called Abimelech. Now Gideon the son of Joash died at a good old age, and was buried in the tomb of Joash his father, in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. So it was, as soon as Gideon was dead, that the children of Israel again played the harlot with the Baals, and made Baal-berith their god. Thus the children of Israel did not remember the Lord their God, who had delivered them from the hands of all their enemies on every side. Nor did they show kindness to the house of Jerubbaal and Gideon, in accordance with the good he had done for Israel.
My friends, you have seen today what the Lord can do with so little. I was not the strongest man in Israel. I was not the bravest. I even doubted at times. But the Lord showed me, and all of us, that victory does not come from numbers, or from swords, or from our own strength. Victory comes from the Lord. When 300 men faced a mighty army, it was God who fought for us. And just as he delivered Israel then, he can deliver you today. Whatever battle you face, fear, doubt, sin, or the troubles of this world, remember this: the Lord is with you, mighty warrior. So do not be afraid. Trust in him. Obey his voice. And you too will see that our God still saves.
Go and search carefully for the young child. And when you have found him, bring back word to me, that I may come and worship him also.
Shepherds bow before you, King of kings forever. Wise men journey toward you, following the light of heaven. Every knee will know you, every tongue confess. You are God, you are salvation, you are righteousness. I will treasure every moment, keep these wonders in my heart.
A long time ago, in the days of Herod, the king of Judea, there was a certain priest named Zacharias, of the division of Abijah. His wife was of the daughters of Aaron, and her name was Elizabeth. And they were both righteous before God, walking in all the commandments and ordinances of the Lord, blameless. But they had no child, because Elizabeth was barren, and they were both well advanced in years. So it was that while he was serving as priest before God in the order of his division, according to the custom of the priesthood, his lot fell to burn incense when he went into the temple of the Lord. And the whole multitude of the people was praying outside at the hour of incense. Then an angel of the Lord appeared to him, standing on the right side of the altar of incense. And when Zacharias saw him, he was troubled, and fear fell upon him. But the angel said to him,
Do not be afraid, Zacharias, for your prayer is heard, and your wife Elizabeth will bear you a son, and you shall call his name John. And you will have joy and gladness, and many will rejoice at his birth. For he will be great in the sight of the Lord, and shall drink neither wine nor strong drink. He will also be filled with the Holy Spirit, even from his mother's womb. And he will turn many of the children of Israel to the Lord their God. He will also go before him in the spirit and power of Elijah, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the wisdom of the just, to make ready a people prepared for the Lord.
How shall I know this? For I am an old man, and my wife is well advanced in years.
I am Gabriel, who stands in the presence of God, and was sent to speak to you and bring you these glad tidings. But behold, you will be mute and not able to speak until the day these things take place, because you did not believe my words, which will be fulfilled in their own time.
And the people waited for Zacharias and marveled that he lingered so long in the temple. But when he came out, he could not speak to them, and they perceived that he had seen a vision in the temple, for he beckoned to them and remained speechless. So it was, as soon as the days of his service were completed, that he departed to his own house. Now after those days his wife Elizabeth conceived, and she hid herself 5 months, saying,
Thus the Lord has dealt with me, in the days when he looked on me, to take away my reproach among people.
Now in the 6th month the angel Gabriel was sent by God to a city of Galilee named Nazareth, to a virgin betrothed to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David. The virgin's name was Mary. And having come in, the angel said to her,
Rejoice, highly favored one. The Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women.
But when she saw him, she was troubled at his saying, and considered what manner of greeting this was.
Do not be afraid, Mary, for you have found favor with God. And behold, you will conceive in your womb and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus. He will be great, and will be called the Son of the Highest. And the Lord God will give him the throne of his father David, and he will reign over the house of Jacob forever, and of his kingdom there will be no end.
How can this be, since I do not know a man?
The Holy Spirit will come upon you, and the power of the Highest will overshadow you. Therefore also that Holy One who is to be born will be called the Son of God. Now indeed, Elizabeth, your relative, has also conceived a son in her old age, and this is now the 6th month for her who was called barren. For with God, nothing will be impossible.
Behold, the maid servant of the Lord. Let it be to me according to your word.
And the angel departed from her. Now Mary arose in those days and went into the hill country with haste, to a city of Judah, and entered the house of Zacharias, and greeted Elizabeth. And it happened, when Elizabeth heard the greeting of Mary, that the babe leaped in her womb. And Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit. Then she spoke out with a loud voice,
Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. But why is this granted to me, that the mother of my Lord should come to me? For indeed, as soon as the voice of your greeting sounded in my ears, the babe leaped in my womb for joy. Blessed is she who believed, for there will be a fulfillment of those things which were told her from the Lord.
My soul magnifies the Lord, and my spirit has rejoiced in God my Savior. For he has regarded the lowly state of his maidservant. For behold, henceforth all generations will call me blessed. For he who is mighty has done great things for me, and holy is his name. And his mercy is on those who fear him from generation to generation. He has shown strength with his arm. He has scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. He has put down the mighty from their thrones and exalted the lowly. He has filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he has sent away empty. He has helped his servant Israel in remembrance of his mercy, as he spoke to our fathers, to Abraham, and to his seed forever.
And Mary remained with her about 3 months, and returned to her house. Now Elizabeth's full time came for her to be delivered, and she brought forth a son. When her neighbors and relatives heard how the Lord had shown great mercy to her, they rejoiced with her. So it was on the 8th day that they came to circumcise the child, and they would have called him by the name of his father, Zacharias. His mother answered and said,
No, he shall be called John.
There is no one among your relatives who is called by this name.
So they made signs to his father, what he would have him called, and he asked for a writing tablet, and wrote, His name is John.
Did you see that?
So they all marveled. Immediately his mouth was opened and his tongue loosed, and he spoke, praising God. Then fear came on all who dwelt around them, and all these sayings were discussed throughout all the hill country of Judea. And all those who heard them kept them in their hearts, saying,
What kind of child will this be?
And the hand of the Lord was with him. Now his father Zacharias was filled with the Holy Spirit, and prophesied, saying,
Blessed is the Lord God of Israel, for he has visited and redeemed his people, and has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spoke by the mouth of his holy prophets, who have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all who hate us, to perform the mercy promised to our fathers and to remember his holy covenant, the oath which he swore to our father Abraham, to grant us that we, being delivered from the hand of our enemies, might serve him without fear, in holiness and righteousness before him all the days of our life. And you, child, will be called the prophet of the highest, for you will go before the face of the Lord to prepare his ways, to give knowledge of salvation to his people by the remission of their sins, through the tender mercy of our God, with which the dayspring from on high has visited us, to give light to those who sit in darkness and the shadow of death, to guide our feet into the way of peace.
So the child grew and became strong in spirit, and was in the deserts till the day of his manifestation to Israel. And it came to pass in those days that a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This census first took place while Quirinius was governing Syria. So all went to be registered, everyone to his own city. Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, to be registered with Mary, his betrothed wife, who was with child. So it was that while they were there, the days were completed for her to be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling cloths, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. Now there were in the same country shepherds living out in the fields, keeping watch over their flock by night. And behold, an angel of the Lord stood before them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were greatly afraid. Then the angel said to them,
Do not be afraid, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which will be to all people. For there is born to you this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. And this will be the sign to you. You will find a babe wrapped in swaddling cloths, lying in a manger.
And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. So it was, when the angels had gone away from them into heaven, that the shepherds said to one another,
Let us now go to Bethlehem, and see this thing that has come to pass, which the Lord has made known to us.
And they came with haste and found Mary and Joseph and the babe lying in a manger. Now when they had seen him, they made widely known the saying, which was told them concerning this child. And all those who heard it marveled at those things which were told them by the shepherds. But Mary kept all these things and pondered them in her heart. Then the shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all the things that they had heard and seen, as it was told them. And when 8 days were completed for the circumcision of the child, his name was called Jesus, the name given by the angel before he was conceived in the womb. Now when the days of her purification according to the law of Moses were completed, they brought him to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord, as it is written in the law of the Lord, Every male who opens the womb shall be called holy to the Lord, and to offer a sacrifice, according to what is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. And behold, there was a man in Jerusalem whose name was Simeon, and this man was just and devout, waiting for the consolation of Israel, and the Holy Spirit was upon him. And it had been revealed to him by the Holy Spirit that he would not see death before he had seen the Lord's Christ. So he came by the Spirit into the temple. And when the parents brought in the child Jesus to do for him according to the custom of the law, he took him up in his arms and blessed God and said,
Lord, now you are letting your servant depart in peace, according to your word. For my eyes have seen your salvation, which you have prepared before the face of all peoples, a light to bring revelation to the Gentiles, and the glory of your people Israel.
And Joseph and his mother marveled at those things which were spoken of him. Then Simeon blessed them, and said to Mary his mother,
Behold, this child is destined for the fall and rising of many in Israel, and for a sign which will be spoken against, yes, a sword will pierce, through your own soul also, that the thoughts of many hearts may be revealed.
Now there was one, Anna, a prophetess, the daughter of Phanuel, of the tribe of Asher. She was of a great age, and had lived with a husband 7 years from her virginity. And this woman was a widow of about 84 years, who did not depart from the temple, but served God with fastings and prayers night and day. And coming in that instant, she gave thanks to the Lord, and spoke of him to all those who looked for redemption in Jerusalem. Now after Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king,
From distant lands, the wise men came, following the star that burned so bright.
behold, wise men from the east came to Jerusalem, saying,
Where is he who has been born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and have come to worship him.
When Herod the king heard this, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he inquired of them where the Christ was to be born. So they said to him,
In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you shall come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel.
Then Herod, when he had secretly called the wise men, determined from them what time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said,
Go and search carefully for the young child. And when you have found him, bring back word to me, that I may come and worship him also.
When they heard the king, they departed. And behold, the star which they had seen in the east went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. And when they had come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented gifts to him: gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Then, being divinely warned in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed for their own country another way. Now when they had departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying,
Arise, take the young child and his mother, flee to Egypt, and stay there until I bring you word. For Herod will seek the young child to destroy him.
When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night, and departed for Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt I called my son. Then Herod, when he saw that he was deceived by the wise men, was exceedingly angry. And he sent forth and took the lives of all the male children who were in Bethlehem and in all its districts, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had determined from the wise men. Then was fulfilled what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet, saying, A voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation, weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, refusing to be comforted, because they are no more. Now when Herod passed away, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying,
Arise, take the young child and his mother, and go to the land of Israel. For those who sought the young child's life are no more.
Then he arose, took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. But when he heard that Archelaus was reigning over Judea instead of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And being warned by God in a dream, he turned aside into the region of Galilee, and he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophets, He shall be called a Nazarene.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because He has anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and recovery of sight to the blind, to set at liberty those who are oppressed, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord.
Come, let us build ourselves a city, with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth.
In the days after the great flood, the world was fresh, the sky clear, and the ground still damp with memory. Noah's family had spread out, raising children, tilling the land, and rebuilding a life beneath the sun. They spoke one language, one voice. From the east, they journeyed together. Drawn by a great plain in the land of Shinar, and there they settled. Then they said to each other,
Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly.
They used brick instead of stone, and tar for mortar. Then they said,
Come, let us build ourselves a city, with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth.
Their ambitions soared, higher than the trees, higher than the hills. Brick by brick, they challenged the heavens. But the eyes of heaven were not blind. The Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building, and he said,
If, as one people speaking the same language, they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other.
So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city. That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there, the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth.
This is JudahSketch, reporting from the ruins of what was once mankind's most ambitious project, the Tower of Babel, a symbol of unity turned monument of confusion. They had one language, one vision, and one goal, to make a name for themselves. But in chasing their own glory, they forgot the one who gave them the ability to dream in the first place. Today, the tower stands unfinished, but the lesson is loud and clear. When man tries to rise without God, he only falls faster. When unity forgets humility, it turns into pride, and pride always comes before a fall. Yet, even in the scattering, God's purpose moves forward. Nations may speak different tongues now, but His plan remains the same: to fill the earth with His glory, not ours. So wherever you are, whatever language you speak, remember this: let your life build His name, not yours, because only one name lasts forever, and it's not ours, it's His. This is JudahSketch, signing off from the shadow of the Tower of Babel.
You wicked and lazy servant, you knew that I reap where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered seed. Therefore take the talent from him, and give it to him who has 10 talents.
For the kingdom of heaven is like a man traveling to a far country, who called his own servants and delivered his goods to them. And to one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1. To each according to his own ability. And immediately he went on a journey. Then he who had received the 5 talents
Welcome to JudahSketch Bank.
went and traded with them, and made another 5 talents. And likewise, he who had received 2 gained 2 more also. But he who had received 1 went and dug in the ground and hid his Lord's money. After a long time, the Lord of those servants came and settled accounts with them. So he who had received 5 talents came and brought 5 other talents, saying, Lord,
you delivered to me 5 talents. Look, I have gained 5 more talents besides them.
His Lord said to him,
Well done, good and faithful servant, and you were faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord.
He also who had received 2 talents came and said, Lord,
you delivered to me 2 talents. Look, I have gained 2 more talents besides them.
His Lord said to him,
Well done, good and faithful servant. And you have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord.
Then he who had received the 1 talent came and said,
Lord, I knew you to be a hard man, reaping where you have not sown, and gathering where you have not scattered seed. And I was afraid and went and hid your talent in the ground. Look, there you have what is yours.
But his Lord answered and said to him,
You wicked and lazy servant, you knew that I reap where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered seed.
So you ought to have deposited my money with the bankers, and at my coming I would have received back my own with interest.
Therefore take the talent from him, and give it to him who has 10 talents.
For to everyone who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who does not have, even what he has will be taken away.
And cast the unprofitable servant into the outer darkness. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
My friends, when the master gave us those talents, I didn't know what the future held. But I knew one thing. What I was given wasn't mine to bury. So I went out. I worked. I risked. I stumbled. I learned. But I did not hide it. I did not sit idle. And I returned, not just with profit, but with proof that faith in me was not wasted. We've all been entrusted with something, no matter how big or small. Don't be afraid to use it. Your talent was never meant to sleep in the soil. It was meant to shine, to serve, to grow. Use it, multiply it. Because one day, the master will return. And may we all hear these words. Well done, good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of your Lord.
Once I was given a silver coin, a hope to plant and grow, a treasure to carry and share with the world, a path I did not know. I feared the night, I doubted light, so I buried it away. But dreams aren't made to sleep beneath the ground. They're meant to find the day. I took my chance and faced my fears, believing I could try. With every step, my courage grew as time was passing by. The gifts inside we can't let hide, they're meant for all to see. When we give our hearts and do our part, we make our spirits free. So let it shine, the gift we hold, the seeds of hope, the threads of gold. We're stronger when we let them grow. Together making futures bright and bold. If you hide your talent, scared to start, the world will miss your beating heart. But when we dare and when we care, bright wonders blossom everywhere. Shine, don't be afraid. watch what we made. With faith and courage we unfold the wonder of the gift we hold. Let it shine, let it shine. We'll build a world when talents rise. Unburied hope, reach for the skies. The wonder of the gifts we hold.
Give me now the part of your property that I am supposed to receive someday.
There was a man who had 2 sons. The younger son said to his father,
Give me now the part of your property that I am supposed to receive someday.
So the father divided his wealth between his 2 sons. A few days later, the younger son gathered up all that he had and left. He traveled far away to another country. And there, he wasted his money completely. After he spent everything he had, there was a terrible famine throughout the country. He was hungry and needed money. So he went and got a job with one of the people who lived there. The man sent him into the fields to feed pigs. He was so hungry that he wanted to eat the food the pigs were eating. But no one gave him anything. The son realized that he had been very foolish. He thought,
All my father's servants have plenty of food, but here I am, almost dead because I have nothing to eat. I will leave and go to my father. I will say to him, Father, I have sinned against God and have done wrong to you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son, but let me be like one of your servants.
So he left and went to his father.
Coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home, where love will never fade.
While the son was still a long way off, his father saw him coming and felt sorry for him. So he ran to him.
Coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home
And hugged and kissed him.
where love will never fade.
The son said,
Father, I have sinned against God and have done wrong to you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son.
But the father said to his servants,
Hurry, bring the best clothes and put them on him. Also put a ring on his finger and good sandals on his feet. And bring our best calf and kill it so that we can celebrate with plenty to eat. My son was dead, but now he is alive again. He was lost, but now he is found.
So they began to have a party. The older son had been out in the field. When he came near the house, he heard the sound of music and dancing. So he called one of the servants and asked,
What does all this mean?
Your brother has come back. and your father killed the best calf to eat. He is happy because he has his son back, safe and sound.
The older son was angry and would not go into the party. So his father went out and begged him to come in. But he said to his father,
Look, for all these years, I have worked like a slave for you. I have always done what you told me to do, and you never gave me even a young goat for a party with my friends. But then this son of yours comes home after wasting your money on prostitutes, and you killed the best calf for him.
Oh, my son, you are always with me, and everything I have is yours. But this was a day to be happy and celebrate. Your brother was dead, but now he is alive. He was lost, but now he is found. My son was lost, but now he is found. Today we didn't just welcome him back home, we reminded ourselves of the heart of God. You see, love keeps no record of wrongs. Mercy doesn't wait for explanations, and grace runs to embrace the broken, the hurting, and the ones who think they've gone too far to return. We all get lost sometimes. Some wander in rebellion, others in pride. But our Father in heaven never stops watching the road, never stops hoping we'll return. The Bible says in 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 9, "The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance." So if you're listening and your heart feels far from home, know this: he's waiting, not with anger, but with open arms. Come home. There's always room for you at home.
Coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home, where love will never fade. I packed my bags one morning, said I'd make it on my own. Left behind the love that raised me for a world I'd never known. I thought I knew what freedom was. I thought I had it all. The parties and the fancy friends before the mighty fall. But there's a place where love still waits, where mercy never ends. My Father's arms stretched open wide for hearts that need to mend. I'm coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home, where love will never fade. The money's gone, the friends are too. I'm hungry and alone. What I thought would make me happy left me chilled down to the bone. But in the distance I can see the light that's calling me. There's a place where love still waits, where mercy never ends. A Father's arms stretched open wide for hearts that need to mend. I'm coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home, the love will never fade. I don't deserve forgiveness after all that I have done, but something deep inside me says I'm still his precious son. There's a place where love still waits, where mercy never ends. A Father's arms stretched open wide for hearts that need to mend. coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home, where love will never fade. See him running down the road, his face is full of joy. Welcome home, he says to me, welcome home, my boy.
Stand back. This one came in to stay here, and he keeps acting as a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.
But the men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked and sinful against the Lord.
Shall I hide from Abraham what I am doing, since Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him? For I have known him, in order that he may command his children and his household after him, that they keep the way of the Lord, to do righteousness and justice, that the Lord may bring to Abraham what he has spoken to him. Because the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grave, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the outcry against it that has come to me, and if not, I will know.
Would you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there were 50 righteous within the city. Would you also destroy the place and not spare it for the 50 righteous that were in it? Far be it from you to do such a thing as this, to slay the righteous with the wicked, so that the righteous should be as the wicked. Far be it from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?
If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
Indeed now I who am but dust and ashes have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose there were 5 less than the 50 righteous. Would you destroy all of the city for lack of 5?
If I find there 45, I will not destroy it.
Suppose there should be 40 found there.
I will not do it for the sake of 40.
Let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Suppose 30 should be found there.
I will not do it if I find 30 there.
Indeed now I have taken it upon myself to speak to the Lord. Suppose 20 should be found there.
I will not destroy it for the sake of 20.
Let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak but once more. Suppose 10 should be found there.
I will not destroy it for the sake of 10.
Now the 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. When Lot saw them, he rose to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said,
Hear now, my lords, please turn into your servant's house and spend the night, and wash your feet. Then you may rise early and go on your way.
No, but we will spend the night in the open square.
But he insisted strongly, so they turned in to him and entered his house. Then he made them a feast and baked unleavened bread, and they ate. Now before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both old and young, all the people from every quarter, surrounded the house. And they called to Lot and said to him,
Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, that we may know them carnally.
So Lot went out to them through the doorway, shut the door behind him, and said,
Please, my brethren, do not do so wickedly. See now, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out to you, and you may do to them as you wish. Only do nothing to these men, since this is the reason they have come under the shadow of my roof.
Stand back. This one came in to stay here, and he keeps acting as a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.
So they pressed hard against the man Lot and came near to break down the door. But the men reached out their hands and pulled Lot into the house with them and shut the door. And they struck the men who were at the doorway of the house with blindness.
My eyes! I can't see!
Both small and great, so that they became weary trying to find the door. Then the men said to Lot,
"Have you anyone else here, son-in-law, your sons, your daughters, and whomever you have in the city? Take them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the outcry against them has grown great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it."
So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who had married his daughters, and said,
"Get up! Get out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city."
Oh, come on, you must be joking.
But to his sons-in-law he seemed to be joking. When the morning dawned, the angels urged Lot to hurry, saying,
"Arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here, lest you be consumed in the punishment of the city."
And while he lingered, the men took hold of his hand, his wife's hand, and the hands of his 2 daughters, the Lord being merciful to him. And they brought him out and set him outside the city. So it came to pass, when they had brought them outside, that he said,
"Escape for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be destroyed."
"Please, no, my lords. Indeed now your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have increased your mercy, which you have shown me by saving my life. But I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil overtake me, and I lose my life. See now, this city is near enough to flee to, and it is a little one. Please let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live."
See, I have favored you concerning this thing also, in that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything until you arrive there.
Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun had risen upon the earth when Lot entered Zoar. Then the Lord rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah, from the Lord out of the heavens. So he overthrew those cities, all the plain, all the inhabitants of the cities, and what grew on the ground. But his wife looked back behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham went early in the morning to the place where he had stood before the Lord. Then he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain. And he saw, and behold, the smoke of the land, which went up like the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when God destroyed the cities of the plain, that God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot had dwelt. Then Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar. And he and his 2 daughters dwelt in a cave. Now the firstborn said to the younger,
"Our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come in to us, as is the custom of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father."
So they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with him. And he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. It happened on the next day that the firstborn said to the younger,
"Indeed, I was with my father last night. Let us make him drink wine tonight also, and you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve the lineage of our father."
Then they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he did not know when she lay down or when she arose. Thus, both the daughters of Lot were with child by their father. The firstborn bore a son and called his name Moab. He is the father of the Moabites to this day. And the younger, she also bore a son and called his name Ben-Ami. He is the father of the people of Ammon to this day.
Stone street shimmer, silk surrounds you. Marble mansions more than most near. But beneath your beautiful towers beats a bitter broken heart. Can't you see the signs appearing? Can't you feel the earth is shaking? Time is turning, truth is burning, but you're dancing in the dark. When the fire falls from heaven, when the mountains melt like wax, will you remember all my warnings? Will you finally turn back? Pleasure palaces, pride consuming. Greed grows greater, grace forgotten. Every warning went unheeded, every prophet pushed away. Can't you see the signs appearing? Can't you feel the earth is shaking? Time is turning, truth is burning, but you're dancing in the dark. When the fire falls from heaven, when the mountains melt like wax, will you remember all my warnings? Will you finally turn back? Fire falls, answer heaven's call. Fire falls, before you lose it all.
Salt and sulfur smoke ascending, cities crumbling, crowds defending what they built on broken foundation. False salvation, fake lust, wife looking back and longing. Angels' voices strong and thronging, flee the fury, find the future, leave the lies that led to ruin. Money, power, pride and passion, trending now but never lasting. Heaven's holding out its hand, but you're too busy making plans. Sodom streets are paved with sorrow, no tomorrow, no tomorrow. Gomorrah's gates are closing fast, could be a final chance.
I still believe in mercy's power, even in your darkest hour. Turn around, the dawn is breaking. Choose the path that love is making. When the fire falls from heaven, when the mountains melt like wax, will you remember all my warnings? Will you finally turn back? Fire falls, fire falls, before you lose it all.
And you fall down and worship the image which I have made good. But if you do not worship, you shall be cast immediately into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. And who is the God who will deliver you from my hands?
a long time ago in the days of King Nebuchadnezzar, ruler of mighty Babylon. He made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits, and its width 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura, in the province of Babylon. And King Nebuchadnezzar sent word to gather together the satraps, the administrators, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image which King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. So the satraps, the administrators, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the officials of the provinces gathered together for the dedication of the image that King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then a herald cried aloud,
To you it is commanded, O peoples, nations, and languages, that at the time you hear the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, in symphony with all kinds of music, you shall fall down and worship the gold image that King Nebuchadnezzar has set up. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast immediately into the midst of a burning fiery furnace.
So at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the horn, flute, harp, and lyre, in symphony with all kinds of music, all the people, nations, and languages fell down and worshipped the gold image which King Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Therefore, at that time, certain Chaldeans came forward and accused the Jews. They spoke and said to King Nebuchadnezzar,
O king, live forever. You, O king, have made a decree that everyone who hears the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, in symphony with all kinds of music, shall fall down and worship the gold image. And whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast into the midst of a burning fiery furnace.
There are certain Jews whom you have set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have not paid due regard to you. They do not serve your gods or worship the gold image which you have set up.
Then Nebuchadnezzar, in rage and fury, gave the command to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar spoke, saying to them,
Is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you do not serve my gods or worship the gold image which I have set up? Now if you are ready at the time you hear the sound of the horn, flute, harp, lyre, and psaltery, in symphony with all kinds of music, and you fall down and worship the image which I have made good. But if you do not worship, you shall be cast immediately into the midst of a burning fiery furnace. And who is the God who will deliver you from my hands?
O Nebuchadnezzar, we have no need to answer you in this matter.
If that is the case, our God whom we serve is able to deliver us from the burning fiery furnace, and he will deliver us from your hand, O king.
But if not, let it be known to you, O king, that we do not serve your gods, nor will we worship the gold image which you have set up.
Then Nebuchadnezzar was full of fury, and the expression on his face changed toward Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
Heat the furnace 7 times hotter than it has ever been.
And he commanded certain mighty men of valor who were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and cast them into the burning fiery furnace. Then these men were bound in their coats, their trousers, their turbans, and their other garments, and were cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Therefore, because the king's command was urgent and the furnace exceedingly hot, The flame of the fire took the lives of those men who took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And these three men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then King Nebuchadnezzar was astonished, and he rose in haste and spoke, saying to his counselors,
"Did we not cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire?"
They answered and said to the king, "True, O king."
"Look, I see 4 men loose, walking in the midst of the fire, and they are not hurt, and the form of the 4th is like the Son of God."
Then Nebuchadnezzar went near the mouth of the burning fiery furnace and spoke,
"Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, servants of the Most High God, come out and come here."
Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came from the midst of the fire. And the satraps, administrators, governors, and the king's counselors gathered together, and they saw these men on whose bodies the fire had no power. The hair of their head was not singed, nor were their garments affected, and the smell of fire was not on them. Nebuchadnezzar spoke, saying,
"Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who sent his angel and delivered his servants who trusted in him, and they have frustrated the king's word, and yielded their bodies, that they should not serve nor worship any god except their own God. Therefore I make a decree that any people, nation, or language which speaks anything amiss against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made an ash heap, because there is no other God who can deliver like this."
Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon.
Dear friends, we stood inside a furnace, hotter than any fire on earth. Not because we were brave, but because we believed.
They told us to bow, to fear, to follow the crowd. But we know our God is greater than fear.
Whether you are young or old, rich or poor, you will face pressure. The world will offer you golden images, fame, lies, shortcuts, and compromise. But remember, what you bow to, you serve. And what you serve, you become.
Don't trade your crown for comfort. Don't lose your voice in the noise. Stand tall, stand true, even if you stand alone.
Because you're never truly alone. Even in the fire, God is with you. Right there in the flames.
So let them see your faith. Let them hear your stand. And let your life preach louder than your lips.
We are Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And if we could do it, so can you. Never bow to fear. Never bow to pressure. Never compromise. Because even in the fire, God is always with you.
So let me just start by asking you this. What do you do when you are just completely and totally outnumbered? You know, when that challenge sitting in front of you feels absolutely insurmountable. That's really the core question we're going to dig into today. And the person who had to answer that question head on was a man named King Hezekiah of Judah. Now, this was a leader who was genuinely trying to do the right thing in a time when, frankly, a lot of people were walking away from their faith. See, Hezekiah was known as a good king because he wasn't just a politician. He was a spiritual reformer. I mean, he actively went out and restored worship, he tore down all the idols that had been set up, and he really dedicated his entire reign to leading his people back to what he believed was the truth. But here's the thing, being a good king doesn't make you immune to crisis. And Hezekiah's first major test was, well, it was a massive one. It was an external, national threat that put his entire kingdom right on the brink of being completely wiped out.
The odds were just staggering. On one side, you have the Kingdom of Judah, a pretty small, surrounded nation. And on the other, the ruthless Assyrian army. These guys were a powerful, undefeated empire that had literally steamrolled every other nation in its path. This was a true David versus Goliath situation, no question about it.
And this wasn't just a physical battle, it was psychological warfare. The Assyrian commander actually stood outside the city walls and openly mocked not just the people, but their God. His entire goal was to break their spirit, to convince them that their faith was totally useless and that surrender was their only hope. So, faced with this siege, this public humiliation, what did Hezekiah do? Did he rally the troops for some kind of suicide mission? Did he panic? Nope. His response was something else entirely. It was a very public act of faith. So instead of a war council, Hezekiah had this spiritual plan of action. First, he goes straight to the temple. Then, he takes the threatening, mocking letter from the Assyrians and he literally spreads it out before God. And finally, he just prays for deliverance. It was so deliberate, so focused. And his prayer is just fascinating. He says, "Lord, open your eyes and hear. Deliver us so the world will know you alone are God." Did you catch that? His focus wasn't just save us. It was defend your own name so that everyone will know who you are. He made this whole crisis about God's reputation, not just his kingdom's survival. And that prayer, it was answered in the most stunning way imaginable. There was no epic battle at the gates of Jerusalem. That night, the enemy army was just struck down. The victory wasn't won by swords or by military strategy, but by a simple, public act of faith. Now, you'd think after a victory like that, it'd be smooth sailing for Hezekiah, right? But his story doesn't stop there. Soon after, he faced a second, maybe even more terrifying crisis. This time, it wasn't an army outside the walls, but an internal, private battle for his own life. The message came from the prophet Isaiah, and it was about as blunt as you can get. Set your house in order, you're going to die. There was no ambiguity, no room for negotiation. This was a death sentence, delivered straight from God. So, what do you do with news like that? After facing down an entire empire, how do you face your own mortality? Well, Hezekiah's response to this private crisis was profoundly different from his public one. He turned his face to the wall. This wasn't some public spectacle in the temple. This was an intimate, solitary, deeply personal moment, just him and his God away from everybody else. And think about what he didn't do. He didn't argue with the prophet. He didn't call for his political advisors or summon the best doctors in the land. He just turned inward and prayed a raw, honest, heartfelt prayer, reminding God of how he tried to be faithful. And the result was just as miraculous as the first time. God heard his private prayer. Before the prophet Isaiah had even left the king's courtyard, God sent him right back with a new message. Hezekiah would be healed, and he'd be granted 15 more years of life. Okay, so that's the incredible story of King Hezekiah's two great crises. But what does this ancient story have to do with us today, right? What's the real takeaway for our own lives? So what can we really learn from Hezekiah's response to both a massive public threat and a completely devastating private diagnosis? Well, it all kind of boils down to what we can call the Hezekiah principle. First, you take your crisis, whatever it is, directly to God. Second, you lay it all out there with total, brutal honesty. Third, you pray with humility. And finally, you have to remember that prayer is powerful, whether it's a public plea for a huge crisis or a private one with your face turned to the wall. And this, really, is the ultimate encouragement from his story. The same God who defended an entire nation for Hezekiah, the same God who healed his body, is the very same God who can show up for you in whatever battle you're facing right now. So the final challenge, then, it comes directly from Hezekiah's own story. Whatever it is you're facing, whether it feels like an entire army of problems or a private, painful diagnosis, turn your face to the wall and pray.
The angel spoke my name, and nothing was the same. Fear not, he said, for you are chosen. My heart once closed, now opened, a journey long and steep. No place for us to sleep, just straw and animals breathing low. But here, my king, I'll hold you close. Heaven came down in the stillness, wrapped in the cloth of my weakness. Light of the world in my arms tonight, Emmanuel, pure and bright. The star above is shining, your glory, Lord, defining the path for those who seek your face. This manger holds all grace. Glory, glory in the highest. But with us the darkness fights their ends. Holy, holy, heaven's door opens for the world once more. Shepherds bow before you, King of kings forever. Wise men journey toward you, following the light of heaven. Every knee will know you, every tongue confess. You are God, you are salvation, you are righteousness. I will treasure every moment, keep these wonders in my heart. You are everything you promised, every ending, every start. You are faithful, you are worthy, ancient words, now flesh and bone. Jesus, hope of every nation, on this night you lead us home. Glory, glory in the highest. God with us the darkness lies there. Holy, holy Prince of Peace, your love will never cease, never cease. Emmanuel, you're here with us. Emmanuel, forever God. The star still guides the weary to your love so clearly, shining on, shining on.
A message came like thunder in the quiet, an angel's voice that split the world in two. You'll bear the child who holds eternity, but who am I to carry something true? The road is long to Bethlehem tonight, each step a question I cannot make. The stars above know more than I can see, of all the weight this little life will take. Do you know what you're holding? Do you feel the coming storm? In your arms the world is folding into something being born. Every breath is consecration, every moment sacred ground. Can you bear this revelation? Can you stand beneath its crown? Oh, Emmanuel, God with us now. In the straw and the silence, a king takes his vow. The shepherds will bow, the wise men will fall. But who will carry you when the darkness calls? No room for us, no place to lay him down. Just animals and hay and freezing night. Yet here he comes, this child of prophecy. So small, so frail, such overwhelming light.
The angels sing of glory and of peace. Do they know the place once released? I see it in his eyes already, the future written in his palms. The joy will turn to something heavy, but I will walk through the storms.
Let the stars burn bright above us, let the magi bring them all. I will love him through the story still untold. Every time I embrace him, every man and every thorn, I accept him from the moment he was born. Oh, Emmanuel, God with us here, in the manger of mercy, between hope and fear. The shepherds bear witness, the heavens proclaim, loud where the bird is speaking your name. When the world doesn't know, when the darkness pursues, Emmanuel, I will hold you through everything to come. So sleep now, child of promise, sleep beneath this fragile sky. I will stand here in the silence, ready for the question why. But tonight, just peace. Tonight, just this. Tonight, Emmanuel, God with us. Another day, another test. They say I'm different from the rest, but I won't bow to what they want. My heart won't break, my faith won't stop. They can take away my freedom, lock me up and throw the key, but there's something deep inside me that they'll never make me leave. When the world comes crashing down around me and the darkness tries to win, I will stand with courage in my heart. Let the battle now begin. Though the ground beneath me shakes and my enemies surround, I will trust in what I know is true. I will stand on solid ground. Now they've thrown me to the beast, but I'm not trembling in the least. For I know who holds my life. He will guard me through this night. They can take away my freedom, lock me up and throw the key, but there's something deep inside me that they'll never make me leave. When the world comes crashing down around me and the darkness tries to win, I will stand with courage in my heart. Let the battle now begin. Though the ground beneath me shakes and my enemies surround, I will trust in what I know is true. I will stand on solid ground. When the world comes crashing down around you and the darkness tries to win, you can stand with courage in your heart. Let your new life now begin. hear the trumpet sound across the land. Every knee must bow to the king's demand. But deep inside your heart you know what's true. There's only one God worth bowing to. You look around and see the crowd give in, but you and your brothers won't commit this sin. The fire's hot, the threat is real, but your faith is stronger than what you feel. When the world says bend, you say no. When they threaten fire, your courage grows. Stand your ground, don't bow down, even if the flames surround. God is bigger than their threats. He's the one who saves, never forgets. Stand your ground, stand as one. Free your men, but hearts like the sun. No statue made of gold can steal the faith that makes your spirit real. We will not serve your gods or worship the image you have set up. Our God is able to deliver us from the fire. But even if he doesn't, we will not bow. The king's face turns red with burning rage. He calls for heat beyond what any man can take. 7 times harder than before, but you walk forward through that door. You know your God can save you now. But even if he won't, somehow your choice is clear, your mind is set. This is a moment you won't forget. When the world says bend, you say no. When they threaten fire, your courage grows. Stand your ground, don't bow down, even if the flames surround. Your God is bigger than their threats. He's the one who saves, never forgets. Stand your ground, stand as one. Free your man, but hearts like the sun. No statue made of gold can steal the faith that makes your spirit real. You're not alone, walking with the Holy One. What they meant to destroy you only made your faith shine through. Stand your ground, don't bow down, even when the flames surround. Your God is bigger than their threats. He's the one who saves, never forgets. Stand your ground, stand as one. Free your men with hearts like the sun. No statue made of gold can steal the faith that makes your spirit real.
There's something stirring in the palace halls, a whisper that destiny calls. I feel the weight upon my heart, but I don't know where to start. You were chosen, can't you see? This moment's your reality. The throne awaits your voice. You have to make the choice when the world is falling down and there's no one else around. For such a time as this, for such a time as this, for such a time as this, you were made for such a time as this. Don't be afraid, stand up, speak out, let your courage rise. For such a time as this, for such a time as this. For such a time as this. For such a time as this, I'll find my way. For such a time as this, I'll seize the day. For such a time as this, I'll break the chains. For such a time as, for such a time as this, no more pain. For such a time as this, I'll stake my place. If you stay silent now, the help will come somehow, but you and all your house will fall. such a time as this, for such a time as this, time as this.
Such a time as this, for such a time as this, such a time.
For such a time as this. For such a time as this.
Such a time as this. Once I was given a silver coin, a hope to plant and grow, a treasure to carry and share with the world, a path I did not know. I feared the night, I doubted light, so I buried it away. But dreams aren't made to sleep beneath the ground. They're meant to find the day. I took my chance and faced my fears, believing I could try. With every step, my courage grew as time was passing by. The gifts inside we can't let hide, they're meant for all to see. When we give our hearts and do our part, we make our spirits free. So let it shine, the gift we hold, the seeds of hope, the threads of gold. We're stronger when we let them grow. Together making futures bright and bold. If you hide your talent, scared to start, the world will miss your beating heart. But when we dare and when we care, bright wonders blossom everywhere. Shine, don't be afraid. Share your dream. Watch what we've made. With faith and courage we unfold the wonder of the gift we hold. Let it shine, let it shine. We'll build a world when talents rise. Unburied hope, reach for the skies. The wonder of the gifts we hold.
I wake each morning wondering why I was chosen for this place. The crown feels heavy on my head, but I can't look the other way when I see what's happening out there to people just like me. The fear inside my chest grows loud, but louder still's my money. They say that silence keeps you safe, but some things matter more. Even when the world feels upside down, even when I'm scared and small, if I don't speak, then who will now? I'll answer when duty calls, even if it cost me everything. Even if I fall, if I perish, then I perish, but I won't ignore it all. I remember being just a girl, Now every choice I make could change the path that I must choose. My heart beats fast when I think of what I'm about to do. But staying quiet hurts much more than facing what is true. They say that silence keeps you safe, but some things matter more. Even when the world feels upside down, even when I'm scared and small, if I don't speak, then who will now? I'll answer when duty calls, even if it costs me everything. Even if I fall, if I perish, then I'll perish, but I won't ignore it all. I close my eyes and take a breath and find the strength within. Sometimes the right thing and the hard thing are exactly the same thing. I won't let fear decide for me. I know I must do what I must do. Even when the world feels upside down, even when I'm scared and small, if I don't speak, then who now? I'll answer when duty calls, even if it costs me everything. Even if I fall, if I perish, then I'll perish, then I'll perish, and ignore it all. If I perish, then I'll perish. I'll give my all. I wake each morning with a choice, and I choose to use my voice. Stone Street shimmer, silk surrounds you. Marble mansions more than most near. But beneath your beautiful towers beats a bitter, broken heart. Can't you see the signs appearing? Can't you feel the earth is shaking? Time is turning, truth is burning, but you're dancing in the dark. When the fire falls from heaven, when the mountains melt like wax, will you remember all my warnings? Will you finally turn back? Fire falls into heaven's cold. Fire falls before you lose it all. Pleasure palaces, pride consuming. Greed grows greater, grace forgotten. Every warning went unheeded, every prophet pushed away. Can't you see the signs appearing? Can't you feel the earth is shaking? Time is turning, truth is burning, but you're dancing in the dark. When the fire falls from heaven, when the mountains melt like wax, will you remember all my warnings? Will you finally turn back? Fire falls into heaven's call. Fire falls before you lose it all.
Salt and sulfur smoke ascending, cities crumbling, crowds defending what they built on broken foundation. False salvation, fake lust, wife looking back and longing. Angels' voices strong and thronging, flee the fury, find the future, leave the lies that led to ruin. money, power, pride, and passion. Trending now but never lasting. Heaven's holding out its hand, but you're too busy making plans. Autumn streets are paved with sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. Gomorrah's gates are closing fast, could be a final chance.
I still believe in mercy's power, even in your darkest hour. Turn around, the dawn is breaking. Choose the path that love is making. When the fire falls from heaven, when the mountains melt like wax, will you remember all my warnings? Will you finally turn back? Fire falls, fire falls, before you lose it all.
I've been feeling lost today. Brothers turned and walked away, but inside my heart still beats with a hope that never sleeps. Down here in the dark so deep, faith is all I need to keep. Oh, keep holding on. I will rise, I will soar. There's so much worth waiting for. Though I can't see the light, everything will be alright. Yes, I know, there's a plan that's gonna show. Keep my head up high, watch my blessing multiply. La 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 la. In this pit against my will, but my spirit's steady still. Every star above my head says the path ahead will spread. Down here in the dark so deep, faith is all I need to keep. Ooh, keep holding on. I will rise, I will soar. There's so much worth waiting for. No, I can't see the light, everything will be alright. Yes, I know, 'cause I know there's a plan that's gonna show. Keep my head up high, watch my blessing of your climb. La 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 la. Bum ba dum bum buddy. Stay strong, stay strong. Yeah, 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 set me free. Keep faith from the bottom to the top. Watch how high that sun can pop. Every tear that falls down here makes tomorrow's joy more clear. I will rise, I will soar. I will rise, I will soar. There's so much we're craving for. Though I can't see the light, everything gon' be alright. This I know, there's a plan that's gonna show. Give my head up high, bless my friends we want to quiet. La 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 la. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I left my home without a map, no compass in my hand, just words that spoke inside my heart. I'll give you promised land. The road ahead looked rough and long, my knees began to shake, but something deep inside me said, this journey's yours to take. My father's promise His love will see me through. When mountains seem too high to climb and valleys dark and deep, my Father's promise holds me tight. His word I'll always keep. The years went by, still no child came. My wife and I grew old, but still I heard that voice inside. Your story will be told. My neighbors laughed and shook their heads, said, Abraham, you're done. But deep within my heart I knew my race had just begun. My Father's promise still rings true. Through every storm I've weathered, His love will see me through. When mountains seem too high to climb and valleys dark and deep, my Father's promise holds me tight. His word I'll always keep. Then came the test that broke my heart. Your son, your only son. I climbed that mountain knife in hand, but mercy had begun. He saw my faith, He saw my love, He saw I'd given all. Now generations call me blessed because I heard His call. My Father's promise still rings true. Through every storm I've weathered, His love will see me through. When mountains seem too high to climb and valleys dark and deep, my Father's promise holds me tight. His word I'll always keep. So when you're lost and can't find home, remember what I've learned. Sometimes the greatest gifts in life are promises we've heard. I got a message from above, but I just didn't want to go. Packed my bags, bought a ticket to somewhere far below. 'Cause when God says go this way, sometimes we say no, no, no. But let me tell you what I learned about trying to run and go. You can't run from love. No, you can't run. Wherever you may go. Wherever you may go. You can't run from love. You know, in the belly of the fish, 3 days and 3 nights long. That's when I finally understood that I was so, so wrong. Had lots of time to think it through while swimming deep down low. God was waiting patiently for me to let Him show. Can't run from love. Wherever you may go. know. I heard your voice calling me that day, but Lord, I turned and ran away. Got on a boat, tried to hide, but you were watching all the time. The waves got high, the storm grew strong. I knew right then that I was wrong. The sailors knew I was to blame, had to face up to my shame. Big fish, bigger faith. God's got plans I can't escape, can't escape. Even in the deep blue sea, deep blue sea, His love keeps watching over me. 3 days inside that giant whale, nothing else could make me sail back to where you wanted me to share your love in Nineveh. In darkness deep I learned to pray. Your mercy showed me the way. Now I know I can't run far from your love, from who you are. Big fish, bigger faith, bigger faith. God's got plans I can't escape, can't escape. Even in the deep blue sea, His love keeps watching over me. When I think I know what's best, God shows me there's a bigger test. His plans are higher than the sky. Now I know the reason why. Big fish, bigger faith, bigger faith. God's got plans I can't escape, can't escape. Even in the deep blue sea, His love keeps watching over me. God's plan is bigger than mine. God's plan is better than mine. God's plan is bigger than mine. God's plan is perfect and right. Praise His Packed my bags one morning, said I'd make it on my own. Left behind the love that raised me for a world I'd never known. I thought I knew what freedom was, I thought I had it all. The parties and the fancy friends before the mighty fall. But there's a place where love still waits, where mercy never ends. A father's arms stretched open wide for hearts that need to mend. I'm coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home, where love will never fade. The money's gone, the friends are too. I'm hungry and alone. What I thought would make me happy left me chilled down to the bone. But in the distance I can see the light that's calling me. There's a place where love still waits, where mercy never ends. A father's arms stretched open wide for hearts that need to mend. I'm coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home, the love will never fade. I don't deserve forgiveness after all that I have done, but something deep inside me says I'm still his precious son. There's a place where love still waits, where mercy never ends. A father's arms stretched open wide for hearts that need to mend. I'm coming home to where I should have stayed. Coming home, where love will never fade. See him running down the road, his face is full of joy. Welcome home, he says to me, welcome home, my boy. I heard a voice speak clear to me, said, gather up your family. The rains are coming, can't you see? Trust me now, believe in me. I build with wood and sweat and prayer. My neighbors laugh, but I don't care. When thunder rolls across the air, I know that you'll be waiting there. 2 by 2 we'll walk in. 2 by 2 the life begins. Walking in, walking in. The animals came just like you said. Lions and lambs, no need to dread. My children say, my family fed, following where your spirit led. The waters rose, but we stayed dry. Inside this boat you helped me try to save one that is you and I. Beneath your vast and loving sky, sisters reached and shine. Steady your life from like coming sunny. 2 by 2 we're walking in. 2 by 2 the life begins. Walking in. When the storm was raging wild, you kept us safe, your precious child.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe, like, and share.